Hello, Carrie fam. Okay. Let me set the stream start countdown and then we can go. There we go. I'll be right back. Hello, everybody. Is 014 released? I don't believe so. Not yet. Hey, Befredel. Hello. Josephus. Andrew. Hello, everybody. Ah. Okay, so here's the plan for today. I mean, I brought it in the today thing, right? So I want to try something new. I do write blog posts. I don't know what to say. Occasionally is not the right word. Frequently is not always the right word. But I do write a bunch of blog posts. Sometimes a lot in a small span of time. Sometimes I take breaks when I don't have anything interesting to say. So there's some blog post that I feel is worth writing, which is about the snapshot testing system that I've implemented. What was it, like a couple days ago on stream? And but usually I write those blog posts offline. So here's the idea: I'm gonna try for once to see how it is to write a blog post on stream. So feel free to have opinions, suggest changes. Feel free to backseat if you want. I obviously I'm gonna write it in my voice, so I decide in the end what goes in there or not. But sure, I'm happy to also discuss my choices. So it's not gonna be this part is not gonna be programming. Programming will be the subject, but we're gonna be writing a blog post. So I know that it's not a super hot topic among programmers most of the time, but I guess the question is, if you want to approach writing to let me put it this way, I have been paid. Technically, I am being paid still to write. So I have a level of proficiency when it comes to writing, at least in the format of blog posts. I have the level of proficiency, at least the minimum required to be paid and do that professionally. I'm not the ultimate, writer, so we might, how can I say, I might have some ideas to share with you. I might there might be things that I don't know about writing. That said, within the scope of my experience, I would be happy to discuss techniques, ideas, why say things that way, why say things that other way, why not say a thing, etc. So yeah, this is gonna be basically the first half. Will the blog be about snapshot testing? Yes. The idea is this. You know what? Now let's wait for the countdown to end. Let's wait 5 minutes more, maybe, for some people to join. I want to take a sip of my tea. And then I'm going to show you exactly what is the subject that I'm writing about. So I'll show you what I implemented the other day for snapshot testing my static site generator. And then we'll basically put that into writing and for other people to enjoy in the form of a blog post. So yeah. So it's not live coding, it's live writing, at least the first half of the stream. So we'll see how that goes. You know what? Maybe I should say this explicitly, at least in Software You Can Love, in my Discord server. Let's see. well, not important, but like about the value. To be fair, I have to admit, I find myself much worse at wording things out when I'm live on stream. Live streaming takes away some brain cycles, guaranteed. I think everybody who experience doing live streaming knows that doing so does deplete your it takes away a lot of brain power. So you end up being dumber as you're live streaming. Um, and I do find that usually, I don't know, like I'm writing a README, I'm writing documentation, I'm writing a I don't know, comment on an issue, and I'm struggling to find the words. But you know what? It's fine. I think at the end of the day, at the same time, maybe this is good practice also for me, because that will, it's kind of like doing adding weight when you're doing pull-ups or stuff like that. So it's gonna hurt more in the beginning, but it makes you stronger. And who knows? Maybe I'll go back to being like my normal self live on stream, and then even smarter offline. I don't think that's gonna be the case, but still, there is a chance that I might at least get better while live on Twitch at wording things. Okay, let me take a sip of my tea. I guess first of all, maybe let me ask this question. So, has anybody here done any blogging? Does anybody in chat have any blog? Actually, if you do have one and you want to share a link, I'm happy to take a very quick look. Not really to give you necessarily a review. I would say to some degree it's also personal. So unless you want specifically to have one thing commented on. But I'm curious to see how people are doing in regards to blogs. Let's see. I have a blog, but I really need to improve my writing and keep it. Yeah. Oh, that looks really nice. Polarizing the new world. Why I think developers lost their way. Ba-boom. Wait. Yo. That's like some super fancy CSS animation. Cool. Nice. Why I think developers lost their way. From the beginning of the history, developers have aimed to write the best code they could and make it the most performant they could to reach the end. Programming, like most of the craft, is a means to an end. While there is art and craftsmanship in the process, it's almost always tied up to some sort of physical order constraints. We no longer have the old times physical constraints, but shouldn't we still pursue the same objectives? We do have better tools, so shouldn't be much of a challenge, or should we just aim to reach the end by whatever means, even if this means will signifying the worst overall user experience? I say every single day developers stating things like, if we have the resources, why shouldn't we use them? So why shouldn't we? For starters, the more resources you use, the less you have for other applications. If you have 32 gigabytes of memory, well, good for you. But maybe if the applications you use were more performant, you wouldn't need to spend a zillion of dollars for that much memory. What about battery usage? What about having machines stable for years to come instead of changing every 2 to 3 years? What about being able to run a calculator without second degree burns on your legs? Yeah. Nice. So this one is more recent. Nice. I would say this blog is very nice. I like the style, and yeah, keep it up. Write more. This is nice. If you have any tips, the only tip that I would have is which has nothing to do with what I'm seeing right now, because I think the visually is very pleasant. So Well done. Yeah, the only thing that I would have is obviously writing more doesn't hurt, just helps. But the other thing that I would suggest, which again, as I was saying, it has nothing to do with what I just saw, but more in general, one motivator that you can use to write more or rather, when you do write a blog post, make sure to share it around. Find ways of sharing it in other places. I guess maybe starting from LinkedIn to chats with friends, to social places that you frequent, like communities where what you're talking about is, related enough. That kind of stuff. Like, don't be ashamed in basically, doing some, I don't know what to call it, marketing for your blog post in a sense. This idea can always be taken to a negative extreme if one goes to, takes it far enough. But like more in general, for example, check this out. I have a blog post on these ideas here, how to write more blog posts. So I'm linking it also because, so that I don't have to repeat myself. Send. There's a dash at the end. No dash. I'm surprised at the dash. What is going on with my CLI arguments for that to become this? You know what? I don't even want to know. So, yeah. But that's nice. Ooh, dates for the posts. That's also not a bad idea. And related to the idea of helping people discover your stuff, also make sure to have an RSS feed. RSS feeds are not fancy. There's no glamour in RSS feeds, but it takes very little effort to have RSS feeds set up. And once you have them, you only have to gain. You literally have nothing to lose. You are? Great. Yeah, you know what? I should have checked before closing, but since I didn't, I just wanted to make sure to mention it. Okay, let's get to writing. So here's how I do it. By the way, I guess that maybe we could also have a short. Actually, no, we are not getting to the writing yet. Let me show you what is the subject at hand. The subject at hand is this. So I have my static site generator. My static site generator, Zine, this is the website for it, is the thing that, some boilerplate files, and then you have a directory called content that contains markdown files. In my case, it's a markdown dialect. It's called Super Markdown. Yeah, this is what your markdown looks like. There's a front matter, so like a header basically on top of the markdown content that contains some metadata. And then your content written in markdown. And then somewhere else you have HTML templates. In my case, those are called SHTML for Super HTML. And so it's basically a templating language that allows you to, put stuff from render the markdown into your templates, adding styling and everything else. This is it's at a high level, it's like a very standard, non-surprising at all static site generator. It's exactly what you would expect. So, for testing, here's how it works. I think I have some unit tests. Well, let me think. Some sub projects, for example, the templating language, it's its own tiny project because it can also be used outside of the static site generator if one wants to. And that one has its own testing. It has its own unit tests. Obviously, because you have to test the tokenizer, you have to test the parser. There's fuzz testing also. So it's a parser, so it has the usual parser style testing, bare bones stuff that you need to have to be able to survive. I'm also using a Omega 10 Markdown, very similar to yours. Oh, nice. If you have opinions about this stuff, do take a look at the documentation, because I think you might enjoy. Let me put it this way: I don't know if you'll enjoy it or not, but I think the ideas behind how layouts and contents share some of the syntax is pretty nice. So that said, the static site generator as a whole doesn't have unit testing, because if you think about it, the static site generator, it's basically orchestrating a ton of subcomponents. So the main form of testing that makes sense for it is what people would describe as integration testing, like end-to-end testing. So a type of testing that makes the most sense for Zine as a project. So just to be clear, I mentioned the templating language, right? It's called Super HTML. So Super HTML, this is the parser. I have for templates, I have a tokenizer, I have an HTML parser, and then I have a template AST that has extra concepts that are like unique to the templating language, right? These are my special attributes. You might have seen them. They allow you to add logic to a template. So these guys, as I was saying, they have proper testing. So let's see. For tokenizer, not the CSS tokenizer, the HTML tokenizer, go near the bottom and you will find that there's a ton of tests, right? This is a test block and says script, single, double, escape weirdness. Script tags in HTML are a nightmare. They have a I don't know, cursed way of working. And so I was testing how script tags work. They have extremely special rules for parsing in HTML, right? And so you see, I have my normal tests. So this is all well and good. I also have fuzz testing. So I have some fuzz cases that I discovered in the past. So I decided to keep them around because they seemed good. So they seemed representative of like a certain class of bugs, let's say. So I have all this stuff. Okay, Zine has no tests of this kind. You've seen, right, that I have like these test block. I don't have those tests in Zine. I think like I literally have 0. Or if I have some, I'd never run them. Because as I said, for Zine, you want integration testing. So the idea is, the best testing for Zine is you have a input website, and then you run it and you evaluate what the output looks like, and you decide if the output looks like, looks right or looks wrong. So the way I was doing it previously manually was that as I was developing Zine, I would use the official website or my personal blog as a testing ground. So I would basically have my personal blog depend on my local checkout of Zine instead of a pinned version downloaded from the internet. And then I would make changes, rebuild my personal website, see what changed, decide if I like the changes or not. Now, introducing snapshot testing instead, like a more, let's say, rigorous form of testing. The idea is I don't go into another project, but instead I have a directory called tests, in which for now there's only one website, but ideally going forward, I will be able to add more websites. And the idea is this. Every website contains a snapshot and a source subdirectory. Source is literally the website sources, right? So markdown files, layouts, any other boilerplate file or configuration file or other thing needed. And then the snapshot is literally a rendered copy of this website, also committed to Git. So in Git, we have sources, we have of the website, we have, sources of the static site generator, and we have the this output. So when I do zig build test, what happens is that zig build test in this case doesn't take long because we have everything already done. But what zig build test does is build this website using Zine, and then compare if there was any change in our recorded output. This recorded output is what is some people call the snapshot or the golden file in snapshot testing, meaning this is expected to be the correct output. Now, as I'm making changes to Zine, assumptions will change. So basically, some things are expected to change. And so there's a workflow for validating those changes and accepting or rejecting them. This can be done in a variety of ways. There's frameworks that help you with that. The nice property of the approach that I'm using is that it's literally using zero frameworks and literally zero tooling other than Git itself. And so it's basically snapshot testing, but with only Git as your dependency. Which means, how can I say? Which is, again, it's not always maybe the appropriate choice. There are, for example, in the Zig ecosystem, let's see, snapshot Zig. In Zig, we have this, and we have, where's the Tiger Beetle one? Tiger Beetle? Tiger Beetle. Oh, without testing, it was not showing. What the heck? Okay. So, for example, Tiger Beetle has a similar setup, but for them, the test is expressed inside the source code, like it is closer to a test block in source code. And so they have the rendered output, the golden file, the snapshot. I guess in their case, it's not a golden file because it's not a file. It's a string inside their test cases. But they basically have a mechanism for updating the sources, a Zig source file, to change the expected output to the new output whenever assumptions change. So they have a nice explanation. And somebody also made a dedicated library for this stuff where they basically took the Tiger Beetle example and added some extra, I don't know what to call it, sugar, but like they try to make it nicer to use. So in my case, here's how this works. Let's make a change to my static site generator to basically show you what the experience is. For example, first of all, let's look at the at which features of the static site generator we are using from in our test. So the change that we make needs to be exercised by the test, otherwise we won't be able to detect it. So let's say that the example that I was using the other day was, so we go in tests and we look at SMD. So we look at, for example, index, and you see that here I am using Markdown. This word is boldened using Markdown syntax. So let's look at how this is rendered then. Tests, index, in the snapshot, and you can see that this gets rendered as a strong tag. Now, here's what I could do. I could decide to change that and render star in Markdown, not with the strong HTML tag, but with B. That's another reasonable choice. So let's go do that. HTML.z contains Markdown rendering routines. I search for strong, and you can see that a strong node in Markdown becomes strong tags in HTML. So we make this a B. Perfect. I save the change, and now I run my tests. Running tests does this. Builds the website again, but then it shows me the diff from the old version to the new version. To be precise, it's showing me this. It's showing me git diff. It's showing me git diff. It's showing me git diff cached. To be precise, that's what it's showing me. I'll explain the nuance of these flags later on, but the idea is I'm literally just diffing the committed snapshot with the new snapshot. And so the idea is you run tests, you look at the diff between what was before and what's now, you confirm that all changes are what you expect them to be. In this case, we made a pretty trivial change, and so sure, we confirmed that it works, so that's nice. But it's not like particularly problematic. In other cases, there might be something more convoluted where you're changing, something that is kinda recursive, or something that can be used, that it's a code path that can be accessed it can have like different starting points, and then you might be wrong at how they synchronize in the beginning, and you could have basically unexpected side effects if you were to change some more delicate part of the static site generator. In that case, what you would see, like what the value of the system is that you are seeing the intended use case that you were thinking of when making the change. But if the other use cases that maybe you don't have right now in your mind are covered by the tests, then you will potentially see some other change somewhere that was unexpected. So now you realize that your change has had also this secondary side effect that wasn't intended, and so you can go back and make a fix, change your change your approach, fix everything, and then rerun tests until the only thing that has changed is what you genuinely intended to change. So when this happens, what you do is you commit. In practice, actually, the way I set it up for myself, which I think it's a good idea though, is that by running Zig-build tests, you automatically add anything under tests to your stage. So it automatically stages any change under tests. So you commit, and after you commit, after committing, now the committed version of this file matches what gets generated, and so now the test will pass. So this is the workflow, basically. The workflow is you run tests. If something changed, you see it in a diff, and then you as the programmer decide if you want to accept the diff and so commit those changes, or if you want to quote unquote reject that diff, and then you want to go tweak the source code a little bit more, and then rerun the tests and until you are happy with the diff. Or actually, maybe you are intending to refactor something, but that refactoring is not intended to change anything in the output. So there's also the possibility that literally not having anything change is your quote unquote correct diff. So this is what snapshot testing looks like in Zine. Again, what's nice about this is that since it's different files, separate files, there's like no weird, like this snapshot testing system described here. This is the Tiger Beetle testing, snapshot testing system, just extracted a separate library and re-engineered a little bit. This system is based on the principle that this tool will change your source code. So this is like an extra dependency that you have that mutates your source code. They have this thing where when they're this update thing, this update is a marker that will be caught by the tool, and they will modify contents in your source files. Again, this is kind of how plenty of snapshot testing libraries work, and that's how they have to work when your snapshot is part of a source file. In my case, these are all external files, and so I have the luxury of basically only deal with express all of this stuff entirely through basically git diff. Git becomes the only dependency that I have. So I think there's something beautiful about this simplicity. It doesn't work for everybody. So for example, if you have a type of program where it's clearly way more convenient to have those tests expressed in source code, then you will understandably, like you will rightfully want to leverage a library like OSNAP or directly the Tiger Beetle one. So that makes total sense. But in my case, since files are my natural unit of input and output, then yeah, things can be even simpler. So that I hope covers what snapshot testing looks like for Zine. If anybody has questions, this is the time, because then I'm gonna go now talk about the writing side of the story. So I'm gonna start working on my blog post. I'll tell you about, I don't know, things as I'm gonna do the writing thing. I'll explain anything that comes to mind that might be useful. But in any case, now we're about to move to the writing side. Okay, let me undo this change. There we go. Another reason, another interesting thing is that we are running in these tests a debug build of Zine, so that things get built faster. This is an interesting aspect because as long as you don't have too many tests, obviously running tests with a debug executable is preferable. But once you start getting like a ton of tests, which hopefully is never going to be a problem in my case, but in some other cases, I can imagine that maybe at some point it might be worth testing by default with a release build of something just so that it takes less time. I'm thinking, for example, about the Z compiler itself. It has a ton of tests, understandably. But yeah, I wonder if it might be worth running tests with release fast by default or something like that. Hi, are you going to do a 014 release stream? So Andrew did some of that in the past. So Andrew is the release manager in a sense. So he will do the release. If there's going to be a release stream, I guess he's going to be the one doing it. Although technically, I guess I could host him. But lately, he has not been doing much live streaming because he currently doesn't have. He has a new house and he doesn't have like an Ethernet cable. So he's on Wi-Fi, and he is, well, first of all, Wi-Fi is a bit flaky, and then he also has Linux moments related to the Wi-Fi. The Wi-Fi driver crashes for him on occasion. So he basically needs to do the work to set up to get a good streaming setup. Once he does, he will be around more, I think. And lastly, we could do a release party of some kind. So yeah, I don't know how that will look like. Maybe we could. Maybe we should. Maybe we should do a release party of some kind. Yeah, we'll see. Okay, let's talk about writing. So I use Obsidian to write. I don't have. Oh, here's one question. Can you explain how you will push to Git so that you make a workflow to GitHub host your blog and delete test files along the workflow step? So make a workflow to GitHub host your blog and delete test files. Well, keep in mind that these test files exist in my repository, but they won't exist in your output. Like if you use Zine as a library to render your blog, whatever I'm doing here with this test stuff, this does not concern you in any way. So there's no worry about that. As for how to deploy a static website to GitHub and company, we have this in the documentation on the official website. We have one page for GitHub, one page for GitHub Pages, and one for Cloudflare Pages. There might be more hosts, but so far, I guess these are the two most common ones. So yeah, my suggestion is take a look at this. Yeah, and if you want like a concrete example, I have the zine.-ssg.io. This is the repository of the website, and you can literally see it in action. So in my workflow, I have literally the same workflow file that I recommend you use on the website. And then I have my website here. I have my build.zig.zone where I depend on a particular checkout, a particular target version of Zine. And yeah, and that's it. And then GitHub Actions at every commit, well, at every push, deploys the website. Easy peasy. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Okay, writing. So as I was saying, I use Obsidian. Hello, Phil. Hello. I use Obsidian, but in my mind, honestly, there's a tooling for writing blog posts kind of doesn't matter. I understand that tooling matters in general, and like if you're a software developer, being comfortable in your text editor, for example, does bring its benefits for sure. And having ZLS installed so you can go to definition, that's nice. Knowing how to change multiple lines with multi-cursors or Vim macros or whatever, that's also definitely available. I don't think that any of this matters almost at all when writing blog posts. It's much, much more high level. Writing a blog post is not a repetitive task. There's no, refactoring that you need to do where you need to change everything everywhere. Or you know what? Maybe if you're like a big scale content creator, like you work for a company, like a big company that has a huge knowledge base, then the equation might change. Then at that scale, tooling might be important. A product gets renamed. You want to be able to rename it everywhere, easily and without risking to make mistakes. Some kind of tuning infrastructure might be useful to have. But when it comes to writing blog posts at an individual level, even at my level where I do it literally professionally, it really doesn't matter. So pick whatever editor works for you. It's not a bad idea to have maybe, syntax checking. Sorry. It's not syntax checking. What do you call it? Like autocorrect? Like if you write wrong words, it would be nice if you get squiggly lines, right? Spell checking, thank you. Yeah. So spell checking, not a bad idea. So you will want to have something like this. But literally past that, I don't know. It doesn't really matter. I used in the past to write blog posts on Google Docs. Google Docs is a pretty decent solution because basically with Google Docs, what you can do also is share preview links, and there's like a review system. Here's one comment about tooling that I will make. I know developers that want to use a programming workflow also for dealing with content of this kind. That is a horrible idea. And a company that I worked at in the past, whenever somebody from the engineering team was involved in the creation of a blog post, they would always bitch and moan because they wanted this to be a markdown file committed to a repository where you would, commit changes to it and then do PRs. That is dumb as fuck. With all due respect, actually with no respect, I do not respect that way of thinking. It is so stupid. Do not do that. When you want to have somebody offer you a review on a piece of like on a blog post, Jesus Christ, use something like Google Docs, and they have the on Google Docs. Let me see if I can show you this. On Google Docs, you can basically share a link. Please, Google, shut the fuck up. I need to share the document. You can give people commenter rights when you share a link, and it is much better than any PR, any Git specific workflow. The idea is that you can do it even yourself. Like as yourself, as you're looking at your document, you can move to suggesting to a suggesting view that is dramatically superior. So let me give you an example. So a commenter who either is going to have a link that automatically puts them in this mode, or like somebody who knows what they're doing and they will move to this mode, then they can do here and then say, wait, I'm assuming that this is a typo, so they can just make the change and you will see it and then decide if you want to accept it or not. Let me maybe zoom out a little bit. Or they can also comment. They can say, they can make a change and also try to explain the reasoning. I'm assuming this is not a typo. This is a typo. And note, and not a play on words reply. Right. And so when you get this review, you can decide what to keep, what to, you can just accept, reject, etc., etc. So taking one step back, why do I think that a Git-based workflow is bad? Simply, there are two problems. One is programming languages are very line-oriented. Natural language is not line-oriented at all. Natural language is paragraph-oriented. So line-oriented diffs suck ass. And everything about programming tends to be, like, when it comes to that kind of tooling, tends to be line-oriented, and it's just confusing. It's just worse. And this is so much better. This is absolutely so much better. And when you're doing like a review, especially with people that you have to interface with who don't necessarily share your same sensibilities, they don't know exactly the same things that you do, but ideally, well, they know other things. You want to have these discussions. This is a good medium to have discussions with people. Also because sometimes some corrections can even feel like, I don't know, you depending if you're like a little bit insecure about your writing, and somebody makes a change, a suggestion where they, like they nuke an entire sentence that you've wrote, and they don't leave any comment. It can feel like kind of offensive almost. So having fine-grained discussion over changes is absolutely fundamental. Lastly, as I was saying, people, ideally the people that you do this with will know, more than you about writing. Then you also want to have these conversations so that they can be a learning moment where they can explain things to you, and actually even the inverse. Like sometimes you can explain some things to them. So this is highly recommended. Doesn't have to be Google Docs. It just has to be something like this, not fucking Git. Please, for the love of God. Let's see. Okay, I have a question about comtime arrays. Are comtime arrays stored in comtime code, stored in static data? An example of such function is mental decal list. It appears to allocate an array on the stack and then returns it. But am I correct in assuming that the array is actually in static data at runtime? Decal list probably returns an array. Where will that array live? Well, actually, what does decal list return? I don't know what that returns. It returns a slice. So no, it does not return an array. It returns a pointer to an array. So yes, your array will live in static memory. If it returned the actual array, then maybe there would be more nuance there. But in this case, it just returns a slice. So it is absolutely guaranteed that it does not put anything on the stack other than the slice itself, which is a fat pointer. Okay, back to writing. I blog, let's see, I use this a lot for writing scientific papers with collaborators. Then I turn into a LaTeX markdown for the initial submission. I blog on Bear blog. Nowadays it's getting slower though. Lots of failed to connect. What? Get yourself a study site, Silton Mentor. Like I'm biased. Don't use Zine if you don't want to, but like get yourself a study website. It's so much better. I have found Typist to be the best collaborative writing tool recently. The suggestion workflow looks neat though. So you cannot do this suggestion stuff on Typist. I guess because Typist is, I'm guessing the workflow that Typist is offering is more like collaborative, as in we're all like peers. We don't have like different roles. There's no concept of somebody giving you a review. I'm guessing, by the way, I've never used the online Typist stuff. So if you're saying that they don't have this kind of stuff, I'm guessing that is the reason why. But in my, like, the best advice that I can give you with this stuff is genuinely get used to this workflow. This is good. Like, this is really good. Hey, I'm like, well, the detective agency is, well, it's waiting for its one of its founding members to return to duty, right? So I'm looking forward to when we can resume doing those streams. That was fun. I want to do it again. So yeah, this is really good. But in my case, right now, I'm not really writing blog posts and then having a review cycle. Lately, I've been just writing my blog posts and then pushing them in full autonomy. But that doesn't always happen. Whenever I'm writing a blog post on a subject where I want to make sure that I don't say anything stupid, and so I want, for example, Andrew to double check so that we are exactly correctly stating, exactly correctly where we are and where we want to go, so that there is no miscommunication happening. Then I will turn my blog posts in. I will copy my blog posts, paste them into a Google Doc, and then send out a Google Doc link, so that we can have this workflow. This is in my opinion really good. Again, I don't know what Typist offers, but seriously, but my only suggestion is, for the love of God, no fucking Git for natural language stuff. Git is line oriented. Your natural language is not line oriented. All the tooling is for programming absolutely is ass when it comes to natural language. So don't do that. Be better, or rather, the reason why I'm saying it this way is because to me it feels like, I have a hammer, so everything is a nail. I know Git and I know PRs, and so everything should go through that workflow. That's not how it works. You will basically miss out on a good time if you have that kind of mindset. Nice. Yeah, I suspected so, because there was also, what is it, multiply add, division, etc. Yeah. Let's see. That's what I'm planning to do once I got some free time. I kept on procrastinating because I have like more than 50 blog posts. Immigration is going to be painful, take lots of time. I see. Wait, are you the person that was asking in Discord if it was possible to port pure HTML files? Or, well, yeah, that's the question, I guess. Okay, so in the meantime, let me get started, I guess, writing this blog post. So that's simple snapshot testing in Zig. I decided with this title. So, by the way, you're writing a blog post. One good idea is to be aware of, what else has been written on the subject around you. In my case, I didn't do a full search of what has ever been said about snapshot testing in the history of the internet. Okay, that's not you. Cool. So I haven't searched for everything that has been written in the history of the internet, but I at least wanted to be aware of what was done in the Zig ecosystem space. So why do you want to do this? Well, first of all, it doesn't hurt having more information, but the key reason why you, more than anything else, when you want to be aware of what has already been said, is because that way you can avoid repeating stuff that is already out there. If a concept has been already explained more in detail in another blog post, you can be more high level in your explanation and then link people that other blog post if they want more information. So you have to do less work. But the point is not just to do less work. The point is not to save yourself some energy, although it is real that that's the case. The key point is that you have a word budget in a blog post. Your blog post cannot be gigantic, or rather, you can write a gigantic blog post, but then people are guaranteed to not read it. There is it's a thing, it's a number thing, it's statistics. So usually it's going to be like this, right? Let's say that these are words where this is like, the first word written in your blog post, and this is the last one. And so and this is like number of users, how many users will have read your first word in a blog post, and versus how many will have read the last one? And the answer is that it's going to look something like this, right? So the longer your blog, the fewer people will actually get there, guaranteed. So yeah, again, you can write super long blog posts if you want, but in general, you take a big hit. So in my experience, one good number to aim for is 1,600 words. This is what I consider normally the stop threshold. I don't, if it's 100, 650, 100, 8,000, 1,800, I'll still do it. But in general, this is, in my opinion, kind of the sweet spot. And so if you are writing a blog post and it's like 400 words, that's actually perfectly fine. But know that you're writing a short blog post. So you can do it. Short blog posts are like super fine. It's super great. But be aware that it's considered a short blog post. This is a normal length blog post, roughly. If you're writing a blog post that has 5,000 words in it, it is guaranteed to be perceived as a very long blog post by people. So beware of these, like, I don't know, human numbers. Going back to what I was saying, basically, if your goal is to get a message out and have the highest number of people be aware of it, obviously, given that your audience will behave this way statistically, you want to put the interesting stuff, the point that you want to make, as close to the beginning as possible so that you have the highest number of people read it. And then you don't want to consume word budget to explain things that have already been written elsewhere. So this is why hyperlinking is really cool. I work on a blog tool, and our CEO tool sets a good score in general between 1,200 and 1,500. Interesting. I mean, that kind of matches my experience. I guess to be clear, in my case, I don't have like hard SEO evidence. It's based on, it's like, this is like an empirical number that I came to based on my experience writing blog posts. I'm guessing it all makes sense. You could also say that I write for a specific, I Am Joe. Is your blogging tool specifically designed to a particular audience or not? Because I'm guessing that, like, let's if we were to maybe assume that your numbers are actually they perfectly make sense, and mine also makes sense. Maybe it's a difference in audiences. Like maybe a software developer audience can do this. But in any case, whatever, it's like 100 words. It doesn't make any difference. It's you're still in the ballpark of what makes sense, right? I guess my core point is 5,000 words, 10,000 words. That's long. That is objectively long. Let's see. We're Shopify based, so we're working on something else for general business audience, but the same rules apply. Okay, cool. So, so you don't want to waste words on explaining concepts that have already been explained by somebody else. At the same time, you have to explain concepts. Like, you can't jump directly. Let's say that you want to make a fairly nuanced point. For example, I want to talk about snapshot testing, right? And I can assume some knowledge by my users, but it is definitely a good idea to not immediately assume that everybody knows perfectly what snapshot testing is. I think it's a good idea to introduce the subject a little bit. In my case, since somebody else also has written on those subjects, what I will do is that I will give an extremely concise explanation where I will use my own words and my own way, the way in which I understand snapshot testing, to provide a concise definition to the reader, and then I will link them to another source if they want to learn more and if they want to see more examples. That's kind of going to be my approach going forward. So another thing that I'm doing is also, I was talking about the title. So the title, that's simple, snapshot testing in Zig. I feel like using this because I'm creating this title based on the other titles a little bit. So for example, Tiger Beetle has snapshot testing for the masses, but their snapshot testing is more sophisticated than mine because they have tuning for changing source code, right? They give you a library, they give you, they call it a micro library, but they give you an implementation of code that will open your zig files and mutate them. This is way more complicated than what I'm doing in my case. So what I'm gonna do in my case is basically communicating the title. And again, this title maybe will not have a, maybe the average reader will not pick up on that. But I think in the long term, this gives a nice place in the, the landscape of blog posts written on the subject when it comes to the Zig ecosystem, because it explains that this is like even simpler than what others have been doing. This is like that simple. And I also think that you cannot easily get any simpler than what I've done. So let's see. That's simple snapshot testing in Zig. In my personal blog, I have this thing where blog post titles can optionally have a secondary title, a subtitle. I don't know what the term for that stuff is in English. I know in Italian, but in English, I don't know how you guys call this stuff. Where is it? It's this, basically. This is my title, and this is like my secondary title. Sometimes I use it to make jokes and quips. Some other times it's like, even in Italian, I think it's called catenaccio in Italian. So, for example, why go and not Rust? And here I'm like restating the titular question in a different way. Here I'm making a quote joke. The good and the bad and the ugly stand up. And so I have a quote from a spaghetti western movie. In this world, there are two types of stand up, my friend: comedy and meetings. Although it's actually not a proper quote, I'm hijacking it to make a joke. So yeah, let's see. Yeah, it's called catenaccio. Oh, or maybe. Oh no, never mind. It's not this. I got it wrong. Yeah, no, catenaccio is something else. I guess occhiello or sommario might be the right word. Like, okay, apparently on journals they put a summary down below. In my case, it's not. I do put it down below, but it's not always summary. It's more like this, occhiello. So it's like something that should kind of catch your eye and add some extra stuff that isn't necessarily a summary. So I don't know. I don't know how you guys call these things. In any case, subtitle? Yeah, I'll go with subtitle. That sounds good. Okay, so I guess the question is, do I have a subtitle for this or not? Is Italian your only mother tongue, or do you speak a dialect? I don't know if people who can speak Italian dialects would consider them knowing that dialect something that is comparable to a mother tongue, except maybe people that come from Sardinia. But no, I don't. I dislike dialects a lot. I find them boring. I've lived in plenty of places where everybody has had a bunch of opinions about dialects, where the dialect would change from like town to town, like 2 kilometers from one place to the other, and they would be speaking a different dialect, where like old people wouldn't be able to understand each other because they spoke different dialects. I don't know. I don't care for this stuff. If I have to be honest, look at me. I'm speaking English because I went through the pain of learning English because I want to speak with, I don't know, more people. I find Italian as a language kind of restrictive because you can only speak to an Italian audience. So dialects are like the same, but like at an even smaller scale. So I don't know. Fuck that. I don't even have brain power for all those languages. So I'm going the opposite route. I'm going the simplification route, no dialects. I know some words though, here and there. You pick them up, but I don't know grammar rules, and I don't know. I just don't care. It's a part of history that I would be happy to delete and burn. So, do I have a subtitle to put here? Let's see. That's simple testing in Zig. Sorry, the simple snapshot testing in Zig. Honestly, nothing comes to mind, so I'm going to leave it empty. Maybe something will come up later. But again, in my case, it's fine to leave it empty. So yeah, I don't have to mandatorily fill it in. let's see. I've recently added snapshot testing support to Zine, my static site generator, and I will share here how to get a similar setup going for your projects. And like in my blog posts, I like a lot to start with one sentence that tells you exactly what you're gonna find. Like right away, I tell you this is what you're gonna find in the blog post, and this is like use this first sentence. Which again, the assumption is that this is the sentence that almost everybody will read, right? Some people will maybe stop at the third word, but most people will finish the first sentence. And so the idea is you can immediately right away know if this is a blog post that will interest you or not. And this, by doing this, here's what I gain. I gain the ability to then decide where to start from. So in some of my blog posts, I want to make a point, but it takes me a while to get to that point. I decided that maybe it's worth telling a tiny story in the beginning, or like switch to something else. Start like a little bit further away and then zoom into the core subject right after. But if I don't give you this, then either where I'm starting from interests you right away, or you will trust me that there will be something interesting afterwards. And readers usually don't exactly trust writers. You do build a trust relationship with regular readers. But if, again, your goal usually should be to not just cater to pre-existing readers, your goal should be to communicate with the highest number of people possible. And I'm not saying this in a, capitalism marketing way. I genuinely think that it is a moral good. Not every writing should be done this way, but it is a moral good to make sure that your writing is, if you're saying something that you think it's available for the people to know about, you should make it as accessible as you can. So that's why I'm optimizing for things that way. So if I don't put this at top, then people will have to trust me, and new readers will not trust me, so they will drop off. They will do this. They will go down and drop off. So my idea is that without the title, without this first sentence that helps people manage expectations, I would expect something like this from my viewership. While with that sentence, I expect to kinda, well, I don't know if this is showing it properly, but the idea is that I'm expecting a gentler curve, slightly gentler curve, because of that sentence. Obviously, statistics are brutal, so even if my assumption is correct, the effect is going to be extremely minimal, but I do expect it to be there, and I do think it's a good writing practice. I've not done that always in every single blog post that I've written in the past, and honestly, again, I think it's a good technique, but like all techniques, you don't always want to do it every single time necessarily. So, for example, here, I note about Zig books for the Zig community. I do the same. In the good parts of open source, I actually do this. I think that here I do it in a nice way. So let me read this, because it's not. I'm not doing the formula in the most boring way. I'm kind of making it more interesting for the reader. It's like not formulaic. So let's see. The good parts of open source. If you read my blog in my blog in the past, you know I'm often complaining about open source. But today I'm here to say something positive for once. This doesn't change the fact that I'm still running Software You Can Love this October as an explicit departure from the general Microsoft love open source mentality. But recent events are a good excuse to talk about the one thing that open source does well: reduce risk when using somebody else's code. So in here, you can see that I'm not going straight to this. I did not make sure to put this as up top as I could. I added some flavor. I put a link to my conference. So you could say that's a different goal that I'm pursuing by putting a link there. I'm complaining about Microsoft love open source. So I'm like ranting already in a sense. But this paragraph is doing what I was describing. This paragraph is setting expectations. It's telling you, this is what this blog post is about. This is going to be the payoff. This is going to be the main topic. And then here, since I want to put this in the context of a specific happening, you will see that I start with discussion about a community that you might or might not know of, the Handmade Network. I'm going to talk about a company called Our Machinery that not many people know of, but this is the example, this is the context. that I will use to then motivate my point about open source. So if I had started with this, like if I didn't put this paragraph up top, and I just right away started with like there was this tiny company that you don't know about, that people in a community that you don't know about really cared about. Do you care as the reader? No, you don't. So this is like key in my opinion. Again, don't do it in a formulaic way, but this is very good practice. Here's an example where I did not do this. Let me open a couple more at random. Let's see. No, I tend to do it a lot, but here's one that I did not do that for sure. So in Why Go and Not Rust, instead, I didn't do this, and instead started with a tiny story. Which, by the way, I thought this was supposed to be all italic. I think in the original version this was italic. Did I misrender this? Now we're going into render bug territory. Let's see. No, I wrote it normally and then just put a separator. Okay. Never mind. Okay, so in this one, like I have this tiny story about somebody going to a conference and somebody else asking them why go and not Rust. You know what? I'll read it because I find it funny. By the way, I wrote this way before I joined the Zig Software Foundation. So this was this is one of my first blog posts. So imagine you're a developer who mainly works with Go. You go to an event, and while chatting with some people, you decide to share with them the news that you wrote a small tool that does something. You claim that since you wrote it in Go, it's fairly fast, it's a single binary, etc. The group seems pleased with your account, and you start feeling good. But then you notice a stranger approaching from behind. A bone-chilling wind blows, and you hear, "Why Go and not Rust?" You start feeling less good. Well, you could answer that Go is what you know, so that's what you've used to solve your problem, but that's probably not going to be a satisfactory answer. You were pridefully talking about how fast your tool was in the first place, and it's obvious that the stranger is going to counter your simplistic excuse with all the great benefits that Rust brings over Go. You start feeling bad. Why did you choose to learn Go in the first place? You were told that Go is fast and that it has great concurrency primitives, and now Rust comes along and everybody's saying that Rust is better in every aspect. Were they lying before, or are they lying now? While there is no single language to rule them all, you know that it's still possible to make bad choices and end up in a technological cul-de-sac. After all, you did choose Go over that other language a few years ago, and you were pretty pleased with the routine of joining circles to ask, why that and not Go? So nice. So I don't know. This was a funny story. I liked it. I liked it. So this was in this case, I didn't do the typical thing, right? But probably at the time I hadn't written enough to really know that that's a good idea. It's like a good way of starting a blog post. But in the end, I guess you could say that while this is not doing that directly at all, in the end is using a story, but it is bringing up the same topics that we discussed in the rest of the blog post. And I guess in this case also the title is fairly self-explanatory. Why Go and not Rust? I mean, it's clearly going to be a language A versus language B blog post. Does any developer need to read any more to be interested? Of course, people were already, they were already in from the title. They didn't need any more convincing. But some other times you want to make a more nuanced point, and so it is worth to immediately set expectations. So I like this. This is like straight up. I added support snapshot testing to my static site generator, and here's how you can do it too. So next is we need to account for the fact that not everybody will have perfect knowledge of what snapshot testing is. Here is where I want to come up with a very short explanation based on what I think is snapshot testing at its core, So I will purposely try to not repeat what other people have said. I will purposely try to use my own words to kind of go past standard definitions of snapshot testing and kind of showcase, like, through the simplicity and maybe conciseness of my definition, I want to also use this as an opportunity to showcase that I've thought about this stuff a little bit, and that I feel like I'm capturing like the true essence of snapshot testing. So let's see. Snapshot testing is the idea that you somehow, well, actually, I wanted to change this slightly, so we'll do some writing now. So let's see. Snapshot testing is snapshot testing works on two principles. By the way, I'm gonna try out some way of wording it, and I will probably come back and change them. So right now I'm going with works on two principles, but I'm not necessarily convinced that this is gonna be the right wording. The point is that I want to write down a structure that I think is gonna be the winning structure, but then the specific wording to support that structure, I'm not yet sure that this is gonna be it. So, but I want to jot it down. I want to see how it looks like, and then I will, fix it after I write it down and I feel like I like the structure. So, snapshot testing works on two principles. One, the expect part, the assertion part of your tests can be expressed as a comparison. Ideally, a string comparison. Two, number two is, so the idea is your test should be like the assert should be just like you have some output and then you compare the output against a known good value. So the idea is you can use your test, or actually not can, but like you use. It's not just a matter of can. I think it's like literally you use your tests to generate known good values and have a process to update those good values whenever your software has to change. Okay, let's see how this feels. Snapshot testing works on two principles. So here's the point, right? They have the other libraries that I presented earlier. They change your source code. In my case, I don't change the source code. The shared invariant is that in both cases, the test is doing a string comparison at the end. Now, does it have to be a string comparison? I guess technically, no, because you could have a snapshot that is, for example, let's say some kind of data format, then you want to compare not byte by byte, but that you want to compare in a more semantic fashion. So like you have like a serialized, let's say, for example, that you have a script. Let's say that you want to do snapshot testing for a program that sets up a database. So a SQLite database. So one way of doing this would be that you have as your snapshot a committed SQLite database. And then when you run the test, you generate another SQLite database, and then you want to compare the database created by your test with the one that was committed. So that comparison, that is a snapshot testing, but the comparison is not going to be byte by byte, right? Although technically, I guess you could ask SQLite to serialize the database, but I don't, for example, I'm not sure that SQLite is guaranteed to do that in a byte for byte equal manner. especially when dates are involved, for example. But more in general, yeah, I don't think it is guaranteed. Also, here's another one. Maybe there might be, I don't know, some machine specific things. Although technically, I think that SQLite databases should be movable from device to device. So the point is, saying that you want to have a string comparison might not be technically true. It might be a simplification. And to be clear, when you're giving definitions of this kind, simplifications are not necessarily something to avoid. It's a trade-off. You can choose to ignore certain corner cases to provide a simpler definition, but obviously it's something you're giving up something for that. So it's like it's lossy compression. So you need to be mindful of this, and if you're doing it, you need to be aware that that's what you're doing, and you need also to make sure that you're not oversimplifying. Your audience will be annoyed if you're oversimplifying a definition, and it's not just that, but it's also that if you oversimplify definitions without even realizing, chances are that your blog post might end up with the wrong conclusions because your logic was faulty. So everybody's on the lookout for fishy oversimplification because it's a rhetorical instrument also when used in a certain way. So people tend to be on the lookout for these things, especially technical people. Not all technical people, but certain kinds of technical people, they will extremely annoyed by this stuff. So let's see if I like this. Snapshot testing works on two principles. Also, here's another point. I'm saying that the assertion part of your test can be expressed as a comparison. I believe that this actually can be, by construction, you can argue that actually all tests can be expressed as a comparison. I think that you can even argue that they can be expressed as a string comparison. I mentioned, for example, the two SQLite databases not being maybe comparable byte by byte. But for example, there might be a way to tell SQLite to produce a query to give you like a dump query where the query basically is generated by SQLite, and running the query will recreate the same database state that you had before. And so that way you can turn the comparison in a string comparison. You're not comparing the two databases byte by byte. Again, you're a user of SQLite, right? We are not developers of SQLite testing SQLite. We are users of SQLite, and we have a, what do you call it? Like a rehydration script, a scaffolding script, like a script that basically puts initial data inside the database. And we just want to make sure that it works correctly. We want to test that behavior. So if SQLite allows you to export a SQL query that recreates, that expresses precisely the state of a database, then yes, even then you can turn your assertion part of your test into a string comparison. So here's what I will do. I will leverage this idea. I'm not going to write this explicitly. I will leave this reasoning baked into my super concise definition, and I will just say this. Your tests are the assertion part of your tests is expressed as a string comparison. And number two, you use your test to generate good known values and have a string comparison against a known good value. You use your test to generate and update that, known good values, period. So it's very concise. I like it. I think this is good enough. Hey there, Teufel. For now, we're doing the blog post on snapshot testing. So we'll see about profiling with Tracy later. First, we're going to do the blog post. Okay, so super basic definition. let's try to debug this definition a little bit more. Okay. I feel like that snapshot testing without the first one is problematic, kind of does not make sense. Or rather, as we mentioned earlier, it doesn't necessarily have to be a string comparison, but since everything can be re-expressed as that, then we use it as a baseline, and so that's fine. And I guess the second point is also important. Like, can you do snapshot testing where the good known value is not generated by tests? No, that's not snapshot testing. Like for example, when I was writing my parsers, I was manually writing down test cases for what was supposed to be good and bad, and that was not snapshot testing. So if we go to Super HTML, tokenizer, no, parser, I guess it's AST in my case. The HTML AST, if we look at it, I am writing the test case and I'm writing the expected output. And in this case, this is done manually. By the way, you can see, or rather you should see that the problem here is that this is testing auto formatting. This space makes it so that these two things go on two lines. So the input is different than the output. I have some other test cases where the input is the same as the output because I'm round tripping through the AST building and the formatting. So I take the initial source code, I build an AST out of it, and then I expect that reformatting the parse AST yields the same output as the input case. So this is basically like a more basic test of AST functionality correctness. But it works this way because it's a round trip. And by the way, this stuff being a round trip obviously has also some downsides because there can be like there can still be bugs that this doesn't catch. But again, this is super basic. So it's like one of those like as you're writing your AST stuff and like you're just getting stuff off the ground, having a couple of these tests, not a bad idea. Yeah, but the point is, my expected output has been handwritten, and so this is not snapshot testing. Snapshot testing would make sure that basically, which I haven't wired in this system, basically snapshot testing would mean that I have all the snapshot machinery that can automatically generate this and have a system to accept or reject change whenever running this test produces something different. So without that, it's not snapshot testing in my book. So I feel like this definition is pretty good. It's oversimplifying something, but it's not saying anything wrong because it's only talking about string comparisons. Doesn't have to be string comparison necessarily, but since everything that isn't a string comparison can be turned into a string comparison, then we're basically, I would say this is a good enough definition. Okay. So what's the next step? The next step is to acknowledge that other people have written other things about snapshot testing. Let's see. That's one line fixed into logs to compiler dev is currently at. RIP. Yeah. Well, you know what? I think this is at the end of the day, I'm like, this is like a happy accident. I feel like that this is nice. At the end of the day, yes, the goal of the stream was not necessarily to, make a ton of progress in the compiler, but this stuff seems good to fix. I can imagine people trying to use vectors in like making games and like go insane because they get weird as fuck behavior. Although, to be fair, I think all of this was based on comp time stuff, right? So I'm guessing you don't. Oh, I mean, I was about to say you don't always do comp time stuff with vectors, but now I'm not sure anymore. Now that I'm saying it out loud. In any case, seems good. Honestly, what I do think is that going forward, it could be nice to have regular streams where the stream is actually really just about taking on otherwise boring bug fixes. And like making the goal being just making it nicer to do bug fixing. Hello. Yes, Toggle is streaming with me tomorrow. Jigo informed me that the semantics in the comments in Sema were kind of wrong. Oh, there we go. Have you seen Tiger Beetle's Snapshot library and associated blog post? Hell yeah, I'm about to reference it. Yep. I'm about to reference it. But I'm talking, so in my blog post, I am presenting a different way of doing snapshot testing that is going to be even more simple than what they're going for. So, or rather, let me put it this way. It's a slightly different approach that it is simpler, but it also leverages some assumptions that are true for my projects that might not be true for every project. So I'm not saying that making any, I'm not like deprecating the way they do things. I'm just offering an example on how to get a setup going for example, what I'm doing with my static site generator. So yeah, this is what I'm about to mention now. And by the way, K Bray, just so that we're clear, we're writing a blog post on snapshot testing. I did already the work, a couple of days ago, to implement snapshot testing for my static site generator. If you open the VOD of this stream on Twitch and you scroll back 20 minutes, you will see me demo the work that I've done, in case you're curious. But in any case, I'm going to describe it now. So next part is let's acknowledge what's already out there, and let's explain the difference with what we're doing. So when your tests are expressed as Zig unit tests, as Zig tests, I think Zig tests are not exactly necessarily unit tests. As Zig test blocks, functions. What is this? Definitions. I'll call them Zig test definitions. And you know what? I'll quote this so that it looks like a keyword and people maybe understand a little bit better. Or I can even do this. Yeah. Okay, so when your tests are expressed as a testful definitions, you can use a library like Tiger Beetles. Well, let's explain the concept. You can use a library that knows how to modify the source code of your Zig files in order to update the known good value no, I think I want to reward this. You can use a library to update the known good value by modifying directly the Zig source code that contains your tests. This is what Tiger Beetle presented in snapshot testing for the masses. Let's say also see also. Oh snap. Okay. So in this bar graph, we are acknowledging what already exists out there, and we are really pointing out that this technique that we're talking about, like this other stuff that we're talking about here, is about modifying Zig source code. Next is we clarify that we're not doing that. We're talking about something else that does not use this approach. So in my case, my static in my case, Zin is a static site generator. And as such, it has files as the natural unit of input/output. Meaning that in my case, well, I don't know if repeating in my case is a good idea, but I guess what I want to say is that I don't really have a need to modify Zig tests. Meaning that my tests are not expressed in Zig test definitions. Let me put it this way. My tests look more like integration tests orchestrated by the builds system rather than unit tests. Rather than unit tests written in Zig files. I think this is a moment where it's worth being a little bit more precise and say, to be precise, my parsers look like this, but the static generator as a whole does not. Let's see. I'm going to write it down. This is like an extra clarification that sometimes is worth keeping, sometimes is extra fat, and it would be a good idea to cut. I'm putting it down for now, but I will, when I do a review afterwards, or if I start going up a lot with number of words, I will consider cutting this sentence. So let's do it. Let's go do it. Also, another thing that I'm doing is that I'm breaking up sentences in paragraphs where I feel like the way I'm breaking this stuff up in paragraph is, well, I guess on one hand, I'm trying to avoid making paragraphs that are like super long. But in general, what I'm trying to do is basically creating good checkpoints, good visual checkpoints for the reader. Meaning, here I'm trying to explain that I'm trying to talk about something different. A reader might have already picked up on this. They might have already picked up. They know what these things are doing. So they don't, maybe, the link caught their eye, and so they know that I'm referencing these other things. So they will think, you know what, I'm gonna skip this part. And so when you start talking about a subtopic that the reader knows a lot about, they will want to skip your explanations. Understandably, I do that myself as well. But then they will need a new entry point. Like they will have to decide where to pick up reading again. And so by splitting these things up this way, I am offering a good resume point, like a good point where a good checkpoint where to start reading again. If you don't do this and you put too many things together, your readers will, to skip the first part, will by mistake also skip the second part and miss out on things that they actually would have preferred reading more about. So if I did this, for example, there is a good chance that somebody that just wants to skip this part actually skips also this part and misses out on the fact that this other technique that I'm talking about just happens to be a better fit for my specific use case. So that's why I keep these things split. This is another super important technique. that I highly recommend. If you're writing super long paragraphs, chances are that you're okay. You know what? Let me explain this in software engineering terms. I'm saying this a little bit as a joke, but the idea is that it's like the single principle. What's it called? Single something principle. Single purpose principle. Single responsibility principle. So the single responsibility principle is one of the most important concepts in programming. It states that every module, class, or function should have one and only one reason to change. Okay. In my case, what I would argue is that every paragraph in your writing should be responsible to explain one thing at a time. This way, if the user, it's not about changing in this case, but in this case, if the user wants, if the reader wants to skip it because they picked up that this is something that is that they already know about, then you need to make sure that they will only end up skipping that one explanation. They will not end up by mistake skipping other stuff. So this is how you should be splitting your paragraphs. Okay, so let me reread what I was writing down here. In my case, Zin is a static site generator, and as such, it has files as the natural unit of input/output. You know what? I don't even need quotes, I think. I'm going to take them off. As the natural unit of input/output. Meaning that my tests look more like integration tests orchestrated by the build system rather than unit tests written in Zig files. To be clear, I do have unit tests for my parsers, but those, but for the static site as a whole, integration tests is the way to go. Oh, I have another interesting principle to explain in a moment. So let me pull up Super HTML. The context per paragraph approach sounds great for LLMs too. LLMs don't skip your writing, I believe. So I don't think that LLMs have anywhere a concept of paragraph. So like in their training, that won't make much of a difference. In the training of your readers, human readers, that will make a difference. By the way, you know what? Maybe the next step of improvement on LLMs that has not been discovered yet is teaching the LLM to pick up on when a paragraph is not interesting and learn how to skip it in its entirety. That would be funny. Okay, let's show some unit tests. You know what? I don't think I'm gonna link to any specific page of unit tests. I'm just gonna link to the parser. Okay, so here's the next principle. The next principle is that you should make longer links for things that you want your user to click, and you should make shorter links for things that you don't necessarily want your users to click. Meaning, the more important is something, the longer the link to it should be. The shorter, the less important the thing is, the more it's like a small aside that is completely optional, the shorter your link should be. So for example, here, I made a pretty long, okay, for things like titles, you obviously will want to, you link the whole thing. Or I guess alternatively, you could say, TechBito presented this in like a blog post. So you don't put the title, you say a blog post. So you can, I guess, use strategies like that one. But in general, like obviously, if you decide that you want to put the title, which I do in my case, then yeah, you link the whole thing. But in this case, I think that this is not super interesting. This is just me saying, look, yes, I do have unit tests. But I don't think this should be this long. So here's what I will do. I'm going to shorten this to just my parsers. And the classic, you can put different link on every word. Yes, there's also that classic. Yeah, you can do that. I do this a lot in my blog posts. And you know what? I don't have hard data on whether that works or not. But I like doing it, and I think it's a good idea. So for example, in playing the open source game, I have a few links here and there. But then at the end, you see how I have a lot of words for things that I think people should click. I think I have even better examples of this. See this one. Let me see if I can find another one. Yeah. So I'm not linking only sponsoring. I'm linking more than that. Yeah, I saw this blog post. This was somebody who appreciated a few things, like a bunch of things that Rust does for them, and that they tried Zig and they didn't like the approach. I do think that, so if I had to critique that blog post, I would say some of the, I feel like the worst that the author did was miss out on a couple ideas that I think they might have appreciated. Maybe, I don't know for sure, but they might have appreciated if they had discovered them. And given the way the blog post is worded, it seems that they haven't discovered some of them. For example, in the critique of memory management, there's no mention of arenas. And again, the point is not that, my point is not that, oh, this guy is complaining about manual memory management in Zig, but we have arenas. And so arenas, counter RAI in Rust. No, not that way. What I'm saying is, it's a technique. It exists. It has a meaning. It exists in a given, in the way you program. And so if I would expect that if the author had been properly exposed to these ideas, their blog post would have incorporated a critique of those things. So they would have said something like, yes, they have arenas in Zig. They use arenas a lot. And yes, it does simplify memory management, but I don't feel like this is adequate. So that would have been, I think, a reasonable conclusion to come to. But the fact that they didn't mention them feels like they didn't get an opportunity to get acquainted enough with that way of doing programming. Again, it's not just a matter of knowing that there is std.heap.arenas, right? The idea is that you also want to learn how to use them and internalize the programming patterns. That's one example. Another example is, I believe, error return values. I know that this is a contentious point, and there's a lot of people who really want error payloads. But I do think that if you gain the right experience, you will realize that there are ways of doing error reporting that have nothing to do with error return values that are, in my opinion, not just a matter of, yeah, you can make do, but that are, in my opinion, straight up superior. More typing. It's a little bit uglier. It is uglier, but it is superior. In Zig, you will occasionally see that whenever a function needs to operate on some memory, so we're not talking about heap memory. We're just talking about, like, you need some buffer space. So that could be on the heap. It doesn't need to be huge, but there needs to be some buffer space. What happens in Zig is that you will have the caller provide that memory to the callee. So it will look like this. It will look like this. You have function foo, and function foo needs to operate on some memory, so it's going to accept a buffer. Let's say U8, because not const, because we want to mutate it. And so, and the result is going to be, let's say that we just want to mutate it. So we're not going to shorten it. We're not going to try to lengthen it. We're just going to mutate some stuff in the buffer. So in here, we do something with buff. Use buff. And so the caller will basically pass down that buffer, right? Maybe this is not a great example. Let me think of a better one. Okay, let's do it this way. It's like a shitty int fmt, like maybe turning an integer into a string, maybe. You know what? I'm having trouble coming up with a compelling example, but the point is the caller of this function. So you will have oftentimes something like this: function main void, and then they create var in this case. So var buff. It's going to be an array of, I don't know, 1 kilobyte. U8 equals undefined, and then we pass it down, and we do foo, and then we pass down a pointer to buff. Not the greatest example, but you have this pattern. This is ugly. It is ugly, or rather, I can see people, especially people who are used to higher level programming languages, consider this an ugly pattern. Oh, you have to pass in a pointer that then you write to. There's side effects. It's an in parameter, in out parameter. It's all it's bad. Sure, but that's part of the reality of computing. That's how your memory management usage, like an efficient memory management usage pattern, sometimes will have to look like. And like you can sugarcoat it in a few different ways. And that's what programming languages do a lot. Like resort location semantics is a way of sugarcoating this thing to some degree, at least. So yeah, but it is, how can I say? But this is worth the ugliness. It is worth the ugliness being able to do this and not always have heap allocation every single time. So, in my opinion, not having arrow payloads is the same thing. It is ugly. It is uglier than having arrow payloads, but in my opinion, it's the right approach. It's totally worth it. The last point in that blog post that I didn't agree with is Unicode. That blog post saying that the language should have Unicode, that's absolutely not true. Look at Borg. Borg does Unicode beautifully. It does exactly all that it needs to do with Unicode. And bet you that out there are languages that have better Unicode support in the language itself, where people do create Unicode mud pies everywhere. Their programs can't handle Unicode at all. By the way, I'm not saying that my thing is perfect. I think there might be some corner case that I haven't accounted for. So, but the point is that, I guess my point is that this cannot be automated by your programming language. You need to understand Unicode, and you have to take care of handling it correctly yourself. No matter what the language provides you. What I just said is a requirement for creating correct applications that use Unicode. And so, yeah, complaining that Zig doesn't have a string type in that sense, I don't know. I don't buy it. Also, I don't know, look at Ghosty. Ghosty also, you can search for all the Unicode stuff that Mitchell has been doing. And so Ghosty is another good example of supporting this stuff. And he did not need, and like having strings in the language not only was not necessary, but it would have not helped at all. Not at all. So, so yeah, so that's what I think. So these 3 points, in my opinion, I disagree with. I think they were not great. But in reality, I would say that even if we account for that, I think that the conclusion of the blog post is perfectly reasonable. This is somebody who appreciates what Rust offers and who has experienced some of the rough edges of Zig, plus a different approach to things, a more Spartan approach to things. I would say it's fair to say that Zig is more Spartan than Rust, and so they didn't like the experience and they decided to drop it there. That's perfectly fair conclusion. So overall, I would say I don't have any big problem with that blog post. I think it's perfectly fair. I do think that the author has missed out potentially on a couple of things that I could have learned more about, including Unicode stuff. But yeah. Okay, back to our writing. So in my case, Zine is a static site generator, and as such, it has files as the natural unit of input-output, meaning that my tests look more like integration tests orchestrated by the build system rather than unit tests written in Zig files. To be clear, I do have unit tests for my parsers, but I cite the generator as a whole, and since as a whole is like the key qualifier, I'm gonna emphasize it this way. So I'm gonna emphasize it, but not with like, I'm not gonna make it bold. Bold is a little bit too much. This to me feels like the right form of emphasization. So integration tests is the way to go, or are the way to go? I think it's are the way to go, right? Are the way to go. Okay. So we explained this other concept. Next is what do we want to say next? I guess next is we now have, I think, done all the necessary setup work to properly contextualize what we're going for, explain what else is out there, explain that this is not, well, we haven't explained that this is not what we're doing. We're saying, well, my state is different. I have files. So we explain the differences, and now I guess it's time to get into the details of our implementation. So maybe it's worth explaining precisely. Actually, you know what? There's one last, I think, step, which is which could be considered as part of the setup work, which is explaining what a unit test looks like for a static site generator. It could already be understood, like a let's say attentive enough reader could understand that after I wrote this, they could come to the conclusion naturally that yes, my test, it's a static site generator. I'm talking about integration tests. What's gonna my integration test look like? It's gonna be a website that you generate, and that's the test. That it's like generating a full website. But we haven't said that explicitly. And I guess this is another concept that's worth pointing out when writing stuff. Your readers will often not be able to put 2 and 2 together. Sometimes they will. A lot of times they won't. There will certainly be a fraction of your readers that will always be 100% on top of what you write. But it's going to be a relatively small percentage. There will be a much bigger percentage that is distracted as they read, that is confused. And you know what? Some of it I do think it's kind of negative. It's like a matter of like not paying attention, kind of ADHD behavior, scrolling YouTube shorts as they are like quote unquote reading. But I guess there's also a positive way of saying it, which is sometimes your readers will approach the subject as something that for them is very foreign and hard. Imagine somebody who is like getting started with software development and they're trying to wrap their head around this kind of stuff. They haven't written any real world tests at all. Maybe they've written a couple for a university course and they don't even know yet exactly what the test should test. I don't know if anybody here has this experience. I suspect everybody pretty much goes through this, but probably we forget. But I remember when I started like programming and started, being introduced to the concept of tests, I remember not exactly being sure about what it is that should be tested. Honestly, if I actually think about it more deeply, it's not like nowadays I always know precisely what to test. Sometimes I do think that certain things should be tested, but in reality, maybe it's not. Maybe I'm not really testing exactly what I should be testing. Um, so my point, I guess, is sometimes your readers will approach your stuff, and for them, that stuff will be very advanced. You, as the writer, are not going to think about what you're writing as super advanced, because kind of by definition, you're going to be writing about something that you know fairly well. But for readers that are gonna have find for your readers for whom your writing is going to be very hard, yeah, you want to lend a hammer hand. So do not expect your readers to always be able to put 2 and 2 together. And I have a good example of me doing it wrong to show. Watch me do this wrong. Yes, Go does have exceptions. I wrote this blog post basically saying that in there's a overview page on the official Zig website where basically we say that Zig source code doesn't have properties, doesn't have operator overloading, doesn't have exceptions. So if you see A equals B plus C dot D, this is not calling functions. This is just performing a basic sum, and this is just performing a field access. Then you do foo and bar. Given how Zig works, foo cannot error out, or rather, foo can crash the entire application, sure, and so foo could prevent bar from executing because the process doesn't exist anymore, and so we never return from foo. The process just dies in there. But or somebody pulls the plug as we're executing foo, and so yeah, bar will not be executed. That's just the nature of physics, and it's just the nature of life. But given that foo does not return a Zig error, so in terms of control flow of the program itself, foo cannot return an error, because in Zig you are forced to handle errors using try or catch or another operator that explicitly deals with the error. So foo cannot error out, so it is guaranteed that after foo, bar will be called. You read a Zig source file and you see a function call and a second function call right after. If there is no try, you are guaranteed that from the first function, you will get to the second function, unless the first function, loops forever, like deadlocks, or calls exit, or tries to divide by 0 and gets killed by the OS. So setting aside those particular cases, which again, it's real, but it's again, that's the nature of computing instead. You can assume a lot of things when you're reading source code without Zig source code, without needing to go into the definition of foo and learning precisely what foo does. Compare this with these other languages that have all these features. Do you know, like C.D could be a property that panics, or like that launches an exception? Foo could launch an exception in some other languages, and so you could have a program where foo launches an exception, somewhere above it gets caught, and bar was never executed. The exception gets caught, so the program execution continues, but then bar was never executed. This is not the case in Zig. So in this blog post, I made the point that, the Go standard library uses panic recover. Actually, you know what? Let's read it. Go does have throw catch exceptions. That's what panic recover is. Yes, it's not the default method of handling errors, but it does get used as one, and not just by random Java smelling packages nobody uses. The Go standard library uses panic and recover as a control flow mechanism for parser code. So, and I show a link where the standard library does this. I think it wasn't the best example even. I think there were even better examples that I didn't know about, and people pointed out at some point saying, why did he use this as an example? There's this other better example out there, and I was like, oh, whoops, I didn't know about that one. In any case, I was at GoLab 2022, and I asked a core team member about this stuff, and they also replied that I asked, can you know what? Just listen. Let's listen to it directly. Just the question, not the answer. The answer is a little bit long. I mean, in a good way. It's not a criticism. It's just that I'm gonna not gonna show it now. But the point is that the answer is that no, you cannot make a Go project where you assume where you have this policy of never recovering from a panic and where you can correctly assume that never happens, because your dependencies will do that. The ghost in the library will do that. And so, no, that's it. That is part of programming in Go. So in Go, you have to account for that. And so here I made a mistake, so I commented it out and I said, here's what I said. I asked a Go team member if it could make sense to have an ever recovery policy in one's code base to avoid a bunch of concurrency related foot guns, e.g., partially initialized state where you wouldn't expect it. So I did write down this. I did write that the problem is partially initiated state where you wouldn't expect it. And so I wrote this thing here. This was added later. So I stop here, and so my ending to the original blog post was, I understand that exceptions are out of fashion, but if your language does have exceptions, and if blast code uses them, then users shouldn't be convinced that your language doesn't have exceptions. This got on Hacker News and a bunch of other social media places, and people did not understand what the problem was. Their problem, the way they were understanding this was that, okay, you are trying to make the kind of philosophical point that Go has exceptions. It doesn't matter. Like, maybe you don't like it as a style of reporting errors, fine. But there is no qualitative difference between having or not having these things. I did write here that the point is partially initialized state. And if you watch the talk, you would see plenty of examples by the speaker, and but nobody cared. Actually, I even said more. Know that this is a problem that might affect you even if you never recover it yourself, as any code that you depend on might do so on your behalf. For example, in a callback defined by you. Oh, this is the other better example. Yeah, the HTTP server example. I think I added this link after somebody told me that this was a better example, which it totally is. So if server HTTP panics, I actually knew about this, I just had forgotten. The server, so the color of server HTTP assumes that the effect of the panic was isolated to the active request. It recovers the panic, logs a stack trace to the server error log, and either closes the network connection or sends an HTTP to reset stream, depending on the HTTP protocol, to abort a handler so that the client sees an interrupted response, but the server doesn't log an error, panic with the value, abort handler. So the HTTP server in the Go standard library has this policy of recovering from panics in a HTTP handler, which, I mean, I guess it's a useful feature, right, to have. It comes with downsides that people are not aware of, but it is a useful feature to have. So how can I say? It's not inherently wrong, but it comes with a set of trade-offs that people just don't think about. So long story short, people just did not understand this blog post. They did not understand it because they did not understand the implications of having exceptions and how that is problematic when trying to debug your application. So I ended up having to write a follow-up. Go exceptions for the unconvinced. In my previous post, I argued that Go has exceptions because of finding recover. Some people understood the message. Some others had objections that roughly amounted to, you're just being pedantic. There's no practical consequence to it. Oh man, if only. And so I had to go through the example, which, by the way, I ended up like stealing this. This is a lifted almost one-to-one from the talk from GoLab. But well, while we're here, let's take a look at what it is. So the talk that I linked in the other in the other post goes over this point with exemplary clarity. But since I'm bothering to write a follow-up post, I will just go through the example directly in here. Imagine that you have this Go code. So you have a mutex, and then in there you want to set to your struct field A with do A and field B with do B. But what if do A panics? If do A panics, or actually, you know what? I think about it. If this guy panics, then this assignment will never happen. I guess a better example would be that B panics. So A has been set to the new value, and B has not been updated because B is what has panicked. So now that I think about it, this example is not exactly perfectly worded, but the core point is you panic as you're updating fields, and then some fields remain stale because you panicked halfway through. So what's the problem? The problem is that, if foo B remains unset, leaving foo in a corrupted state. If Go didn't have recover, or if foo is very short-lived, all would be good. But if in some code above the stack recovers from the panic and keeps foo around, then you will now have corrupted state in your application. So if foo survives the recover, has been defined above the recover, now foo will stay in your application, but in this weird broken state. And that is a bug, which, if you violated this invariant in your web handler, well, my friend, now you have potentially even a security hole in your website. So, just to bring up one practical example, the Go HTTP server recovers from panics in a handler. So doing something like the code above, where foo is some kind of local cache that you write to, is indeed wrong. I don't remember if Go web frameworks also recover from panics inside of middlewares, but if they do, you might want to review what it is that you do in your middlewares. Deprecated wasn't a joke. It was, but then I decided to file a proposal just just in case. I don't know. I used it. It seemed handy. How can I say? I don't know. I thought it was a worth idea. I was surprised actually when I saw that there was no other proposal around some kind of deprecated built-in or like some deprecated thing. I didn't necessarily think that it was the greatest proposal ever, but I thought, yeah, you know what, it was interesting enough in the experience that I got, then maybe I'll file it there, and then when Andrew gets to it, he can take a look, and yeah. So that was it. That was the reasoning for submitting a proposal. So let's see. How do you fix the code? By rewriting the same way you would write. Here's also another aspect that I think it's interesting in this blog post. Like the implication of this problem. Like how do you solve it? And the answer is, well, how do you fix that code? By rewriting it in the same way that you would write Java code, where you need to be defensive against exceptions popping up at every point in time. Something like this, for example, you assign locally both functions, and then you have like a commit phase, basically, hoping that this field access and this assignment is, well, in the case of Go, you can't overload those, but in a fancier language, you then have to pray God that this, I don't know if this is a getter or not, but if this assignment or like if these operators have not been overloaded with something else that can cause trouble and fail halfway through in turn. Because if you've done something like this, then you're cooked. Then you would have to go even more galaxy brain to make sure that this stuff doesn't break as you're doing it. So the original talk suggested a more general purpose abstraction that models the whole thing more explicitly as a transaction. So whenever you see a function called in Go, beware that it might panic and that somebody might have installed a panic handler above your code, potentially causing long-lived variables to get into corrupted state. In hindsight, my last blog post wrongly assumed that people would end up connecting the dots easily. And I also didn't want to plagiarize the example. But there you go. Now the example is as clear as I can make it. This is another thing that blew my mind. This one genuinely I had fully forgotten about Go. I was also surprised to learn that Go runs defers as it unwinds the stack. So Go panics keep running the first. That part blew my freaking mind. So the panic is not just unwinding the stack and like stopping all computation. No, it runs the first, which I guess allows you to guarantee that you don't have locks that are locked and then you will never be able to unlock anymore, and like stuff like that. But it's also weird because it's not a full solution. You know what? I probably wrote this stuff, right? I can't say I love the design decision because it's not a full solution. And it actually feeds the line of thinking that you don't need to program defensively against exceptions. Panics. So, yeah. And also hoping that the compiler won't optimize it by removing the temp variable and assigning it to the struct fields directly. The compiler should not do this. If there is a semantic difference in doing this and then this, the compiler should not, like a correctly implemented compiler should not be able to perform that optimization. Because then it would change the semantics of your program. And generally speaking, compilers try not to do this. When compilers end up doing that kind of stuff, is because you did something, you express something that like you have undefined behavior. When you have undefined behavior, like the problem with undefined behavior is that you have written code that the compiler will transform in, will change the semantic meaning of. This is not undefined behavior, so Go doesn't really have that in any case. So, or at least not much, not in when you're using like the normal language. And so, no, the compiler should not do that kind of stuff. If it does, holy shit. By the way, if actually somebody has concrete evidence that this is a transformation that a compiler could do, changing the meaning of this stuff, that would blow my mind. That would really blow my mind. Okay, back to this stuff. So next step is let's explain. Okay, so let's rewind also our stack. Don't panic. Please, for the love of God, don't panic. Okay, we're returning from the stack, one frame at a time, just returning. Normal control flow, no recover. Okay, so let's pop some frames from the stack and let's go back to this point. The point here was I could, for the sake of brevity, skip explaining what my tests look like in practice and expect the user to kind of understand that that's how it has to be. But it is a bad idea. It will not work. For some readers, that will actually be the optimal choice for them. A sufficiently attentive or reader, and one that is already well acquainted enough with static site generators and the concept of snapshot testing, they will be able to jump, make this, understand this point instantly. They will not need any extra word, and actually any extra words that you put in there will be noise for them. Then they will skip, like I've mentioned, potentially skipping this section, this paragraph. Some readers will want to skip your other stuff. That said, your writing should not be optimized for them. Your writing should allow them to have a good experience, and for example, by having nice checkpoints, so that they can skip an explanation if they want to. But you should not optimize for them. Or rather, if that is your goal, if you really want to optimize for that audience, then sure, do it. Then skip explanations that you believe to be redundant. But in general, you want to write for a wider audience. Really, it is a good idea to write for a wider audience. If you want your writing to have an impact, you need to have a wider audience in mind. And I'll say this one last time. The point of this practice is not because you're necessarily chasing clout. It's not because you want to become, a super popular blog post writer. And it is not because you want to maximize clicks. You want to maximize, revenue, whatever. The point is that it is good to have your information, your ideas be accessible for the highest number of people possible. There are practical limits in how much you can optimize for this goal, but it is a good idea. Writing and ideas should be accessible, right? Because of this reason, I will now explain explicitly what my tests look like. Now, let me think about how I want to word this. I guess what I want to say is that my tests look like websites. And running the test means building the website. I guess, okay, so I want to write this here. So like, let me put it this way: to do, explain how my tests look like. The reason why I'm not doing it right away is because I now, in my mind, I have a question that I don't have the answer to, which is, how far should I explain what my tests look like, and how should that connect to the next piece? I know that the next piece needs to be after this. I need to explain exactly what my setup looks like, what the snippet of code that I want to teach the reader about looks like. So this is what comes after. And the point is that I'm not exactly clear exactly how the transition looks like, what should go in here and what should go in at the beginning of the other paragraph. So what I'm gonna do is I will try to see if I have inspiration, like if it comes to me naturally, this next paragraph, and then resolve backwards. So if I can come up with a satisfying paragraph that I like, that introduces, then here's the actual meat of the thing, here's my actual code snippet, then I feel like I will be happy to adapt this other section based on the needs of this this paragraph that I'm not doing, that I'm leaving as a to-do. I will adapt it to the needs of the subsequent paragraph. If I had a clear picture in my mind of what this should look like, or I felt I had in my head a very good transition already in mind, or if I felt that this paragraph was more important, then I would have done it the other way. I would have written this and then adapted the one after based on the needs of this one. But this one, we agree that, like, we have already concluded that it's not the meat, it's not the most important paragraph. The one after is way more important. So I want to make sure that the next one is what it needs to be. And so then I will readapt this based on that. So, okay, let's assume that we have explained a little bit what our unit test stuff looks like. So what would the next paragraph look like? One thing for sure that we need to explain is, so we need to explain folder structure, I guess. We need to explain build script integration. We also have another thing to deal with, which is quirks of my specific case versus more general cases. And then usage example, i.e. explaining the workflow. Because if you remember, when I presented earlier what the workflow looks like, it's important to understand also how this setup, how the build script source code feeds into your experience as a developer doing this stuff. So these are the things that we have to contend with. What I'm thinking is that it is probably worth bring up my example more directly, meaning explain exactly what I'm doing in my example and then generalize afterwards. This is not always the right solution. Sometimes it is a better idea to present the idea in a general fashion and then use your own example as a second reinforcement thing, where then it's also more natural to show your specific quirks without misleading the reader. So in general, I would prefer going from, well, general to specific. But in this case, general, I feel like would be too high level. And it's instead better to start with specific and then generalize from specific. So, you know what? Let me start it. I don't feel like I have the perfect wording in mind. but I want to make progress. I basically what I'm gonna do is like I'm gonna write something down. I'm not convinced that my transition is gonna be good enough, but I know there are like some points that I have to hit. Right, I have some explanations that need to be there, so I just want to put them down so that I can stop thinking about them, and then I can more clearly see how to solve for transitions and like glue sentences. Let's say so. Uh, Here's how my setup looks like. Again, I don't know if that's a good sentence to have there. It's a good transition, but this allows me to make progress. So here's how my setup looks like. Under tests, I have a collection of Zine websites that get built by running Zig build test. No, I'm jumping too much ahead. I have a collection of Zine websites. Under test, I have a collection of Zine websites and their corresponding known and their corresponding snapshot. Right. That's a good point. So previously, I talked about a known good value, and that's the snapshot. But I wanted to explain, but I wanted to use known good value instead of snapshot because I want to explain what the concept should be. Now I don't want to keep using known good value. I want to switch to the official nomenclature. I want to switch to snapshot. But there is nothing that has connected the two terms. So this reminds me that I forgot to do one thing. It reminds me that I forgot to explain that what I was describing initially as a known good value is actually the snapshot. So let's go back. Let's make that connection clear, and so that then we have a license to use a snapshot instead of keep using known good value. So let's go back. I don't think I want to change it in here. I think I want to change it in here. So let's see. We are tests are expressed as Zig test foo definitions. You can use a library to update the known good value by directly modifying the source code. This is what Agabito presented in Snapshot Tests for the Masses and oh snap. Now, do I want to add a sentence afterwards that says in snapshot testing, the known good value is known as the snapshot or sometime golden file? I think I'll do it this way. I could add something in parentheses, but I can say known good value, also known as snapshot. So I could do something like this, maybe word it better, but I feel like this adds complexity to this whole thing, and it doesn't allow me to also mention golden files, which I think I want to do. Or I guess I could put also that here, but then you have like two asides in a sentence where you're trying to explain something else. It's too much. So let's add another sentence that is still part of this paragraph, which makes sense to keep as part of this paragraph because it's still part of the explaining the snapshot testing lore. So if you already know everything about the snapshot testing lore, or like you know enough, then you're not going to need this explanation either. So it makes sense to attach this to this paragraph and not make a separate one. So this is what I can be to present in snapshot testing for the masses. See also OSNAP. In snapshot testing, the known good value is called, well, I guess it's not one, it's multiple, right? So known good values are called snapshots. And I'm gonna italicize these snapshots, or golden files. Okay, so now we explained that known good values are snapshots. So now we can go back here and go down here and use snapshots. So let's see. Under tests, I have a collection of Zine websites and their corresponding snapshot. Here's a here's the here's the directory structure for one test website. Well, you know what? Let's say here's an example. Here's an example directory structure. And I guess I can use this and just simplify it. I'm going to delete archive. I'll assume the snapshot on contains index and then sections. So I'm going to remove archive completely also from content. And I'm going to remove also archive related templates. And maybe I'm going to call it the simple website, just for extra clarity. As you can see, we have both. Well, no, okay, I explained it already. Okay, so we have a website, their corresponding snapshot. Here's an example directory structure. The next point, I guess, to explain is all of these files are committed to Git. Or maybe I should say, no, I'm going to say in my build script, running zig build test will, well, it's not my build script, it's Zine's. In Zine's build script, running zig build test will loop over all websites under tests and build each one placing the output in the relative snapshot directory. In the corresponding snapshot directory. In the corresponding snapshot directory. Since all files are committed to GitHub, including crucially the snapshots. That's the point. The point is that you commit also the snapshots. That's like the key point. Also to GitHub, to Git. I should say source control. Doesn't have to be Git. So since all files are committed to source control, including crucially the snapshots, okay, so what I want to say next is that basically after I do this, since I'm overriding the old version of the snapshot, the old version of the snapshot is not lost. It's in the source control, so I can still diff it with the new version. If we didn't have source control, you would need to manually create a copy of the old version, keep it somewhere, or at least put somewhere, keep both copies around at the same time, and then diff the two copies, and then have some kind of commit phase where you then copy the new version over the old one, but within source control. So this can all be simplified. By the way, this is a key point of the simplicity of this solution, not having to orchestrate what I just described, like having two copies at the same time, and then having a way where you somehow do the override either manually or through some extra flag or whatever. So in this case, we don't do anything like this. Source control is what quote unquote automatically takes care of all of this. So since all files are committed to source control, including crucially the snapshot, the snapshots, when the output of a website changes, we can see exactly what changed by running git diff or equivalent. I think that's a good explanation. So, so I guess the next point is the point is that a non-empty diff means a failure. A non-empty diff means a failure an empty diff means success. A non-empty diff means failure. And and then what do we say afterwards? Well, I guess let's write it down and let's see what happens afterwards. So, but I need to get diff or equivalent. An empty diff is a success. Nothing has changed in the output. Well, I don't think it's, no, too many words wasted on the success case. An empty diff is a success. What's the opposite of an empty diff? When you have some actual diffs, how do you express this? What's the opposite of an empty diff? Oh, you know who can help with this stuff, by the way? Okay, so jokes aside, there might be some controversy about using stuff like ChatGPT and Cloud and Company when it comes to programming. But man, these things are so good when it comes to wording blog posts. You don't want the thing to write your blog post for you, obviously. But like asking for suggestions about wording, these things are pretty decent. Also, feeding them stuff that you're writing where you're unsure about the grammar, they can also help. Again, you don't want the stupid AI to rewrite your shit. It's going to come out worse. But you can ask for feedback about specific things. So let's see. I need wording for the opposite of an empty diff. Let's see if this is enough. Non-empty diff, substantive diff, modified diff, change diff. A change diff. That seems not bad. Non-empty diff is the most specific thing. Oh, well, I don't like these ones. I like change diff seems reasonable. While any change So I guess I can even drop a diff and just say, well, any change is considered a test failure. Well, any change is considered a test failure. This is because at this point in time, it's unclear if the diff if the changes shown in the diff are intended or not. I don't think I need to say point in time because at this point, it's unclear if the changes shown in the diff are intended or not. At this point, the developer is must read the diff and decide. Blah, 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 blah. At this point, the developer must read the diff. So I can continue with the general explanation. Okay, so as I'm writing this down, I'm writing it in a. I said that I wanted to start with a concrete example, and now I am starting from my specific case of the example, but then hello there, Teufel. But then I'm not showing much concrete like source code or like CLI usage. So maybe I should do that instead. Let's see. Let me take a step back and read it a little bit more. So here's how my setup looks like. Under tests, I have a collection of Zine websites and their corresponding snapshot. Here's an example directory structure showing containing a single test website. In Zine's build script, Zine build test is defined to loop. Let me see. I guess I can change this to running Zine build test. Yeah. Okay. Running Zine build test will loop over all websites under tests and build each one, placing the output in the corresponding snapshot directory. Placing each output in the corresponding snapshot directory. Since all files are committed to source control, including, crucially, the snapshots, when the output of a website changes, we can see exactly what changed by running git diff or equivalent. An empty diff is a success, while any change is considered a test failure. This is because at this point it's unclear if the changes shown in the diff are intended or not. Once the programmer has confirmed that all changes are indeed intended, they can commit the new content in the new snapshot content to they commit the new snapshot content, turning the they commit the new snapshot content. Once that's done, rerunning Zine build test will succeed since there is no diff against let's say we'll now produce an empty div and thus succeed. Okay, let's reread this. An empty div is a success, while any change is considered a test failure. This is because at this point it's unclear if the changes shown in the div are intended or not. Once the programmer has confirmed that all changes are indeed intended, they can commit the new snapshot content. Once that's done, rerunning the build test will now produce an empty div and thus succeed. Here's in concrete terms. Well, here's the source code. Well, here's a build.zig snippet to implement what I just described. Okay, and we have zig source code. Let's go pull up our stuff. Okay, let's see how this looks like. Oh, it's indented. Okay, so first of all, we de-indent. You know what? Okay, first of all, we de-indent. Then let's make changes to make it nicer, I think. Oh, come on. Can you... Whatever. Oh, we're not in a function, so that's why it's complaining. Okay, let's give it a function temporarily. Then we're gonna remove that. So yeah, this on 2 lines. I think it's a good idea. Let's change this to... Yeah, shorter version. Then this is my git diff. Git diff will be run after all websites are done building. See usage of depend on to well, to express dependency tracking in the build system. Well, you know what? To communicate dependency relationships to the build system will need to be run. This is kind of long. Let's see. We probably want to shorten this a little bit. For websites, you kind of want to not use too many columns. So maybe we can do this. take out this. Okay. So normally you would not want to run zig build as a process. Now I'm using this as an excuse, but you know what? I never tried. Uh, in theory, I could add my websites as dependencies of Zine and run them that way. But anyway, maybe I can remove any reference to scopes because we don't care about this. We can avoid this CWD also because in my code needs this. This I think I want to keep. Let me think about it for a moment. No, this is also very specific to my case. Is the dot also included in list of directories? Wait, what? Is it possible for name to be empty? Name of what? Wait, what are we talking about? So I think this is good. Entry.name. No, it cannot be empty. Oh, I see your point. You're saying, yeah, I don't think you can have an empty name file. Is that not included? No, it's not. I'm doing this to skip. I'm not skipping dot. I'm skipping, invisible directories. What happened as I was testing this the other day is that I had created by accident a .zig-cache directory under tests, and it was being picked up as a potential test directory. I guess an alternative could be that you could have a convention where you basically say that a test directory should be prefixed by test dash, for example. There would be an even more precise way of doing this. In my case, I didn't want to do it, but yeah, I'm basically just keeping invisible directories, hidden directories. Okay, I think we can remove the outer shell. And we can place it here. It's a chunky boy. Here's the core logic. I will say, here's what makes. No, maybe instead of explaining, I should. So here's my point now. What I feel like it's being left unsaid, that it's not being explicitly shown, is that we're running git diff as part of the process. Like the point is, I want to showcase the workflow and explain that the key part that makes this work is running git diff with cached and exit code. And I guess it's not necessary for the script to close the door since the OS will do it. Yeah. Okay, let's explain the core part of the experience, right? The core part of the experience at this point that we haven't we put it in words, but we haven't really given a concrete example. Let's show that. This is what the workflow looks like when I make a change to Zine that modifies how websites are rendered. So we do a build test. So we want to, I guess, recreate the other example. So Actually, do I happen to have it here? If I happen to have it here, I will just scroll up. I mean, I do have it. Okay, we're gonna have to slightly simplify this output. Let's simplify it a little bit. So we do snapshot. Let's imagine that we only have this paragraph, so we don't have the H1 stuff. Let's imagine that we don't have the H1 stuff here either. Let's remove this part, not interesting. Run git failure. Some paths down here, some paths are really long. Maybe I'll just shorten this stuff a little bit. I guess I can, you know what, I'll just omit this part. Yeah. If you noticed, the build script also stages all the contents of tests. This is done primarily to make sure that if you noticed, wait, what am I doing? What am I saying? If you noticed, how can the reader notice this? This is dumb. This is a dumb sentence. The build script also stages all the contents of tests. This is done primarily to make sure that new files do show up in the diff. It's untracked. Do show up in the diff. But it's also nice because at that point, you can just commit to stage. You can just commit. Well, in any case. Now, you know what? Maybe this explanation is not necessary. Let's skip this. At this point, I can wait. At this point, I can decide to either undo my change or commit the new snapshot file to make the test. Succeed. What I like about this setup is that it really only depends on the Git executable. No libraries, no extra tools. Okay, I think that the only thing that remains is maybe explain that the script should be tweaked to I don't know, the user's preferences. Although I don't know if it's worth if it if we really should worry about that. I think this is fairly self-explanatory as is. I feel like we just need like a good conclusion, basically. And we need to finish all the stuff up here. So let's see what we did here. So we did do this. We did do this. We did account for quirks of my specific case in comments, but I mean that's what I'm doing. So um, I guess what I could do is I could lie and I could put here something like add artifact, but it's fine. Also, I should maybe link to where this stuff is in Zine itself. Maybe. I don't know. Let's see. Okay, so I would say that this stuff was kind of done. So about what my test looks like. Okay, let's see. Do we really need something else? I feel like that how it is already is not bad. Honestly, I dig it. It needs a conclusion, but I dig it. So here's what I'm gonna do. I think it's time to start integrating this directly in my actual blog. So let's go do this. So, okay. My blog is in a weird state, I think. Git status. So zone file has changed. So no, that's not good. Git check out the zone file. Then I have content archive and layouts special. These were testing things that I want to delete. So get rid of that. Get rid of that. What other changes do I have? Let's look at the diff. I have some lorem ipsum stuff. That's bad. And I have content and talk in index.html. Okay, so I have some garbage in here still. Okay, we're clear now. Thankfully I implemented snapshot testing, so I'm not gonna need to mess with my blog anymore. Okay, so zig build serve. Oh, actually, let's create the new files first. So it's doing content. I like to keep my blog posts in subfolders, so I need to make a new one. But I also want to copy a pre-existing one so that I already have all the markdown boilerplate ready. So I'm gonna copy all your code base. So I'm gonna all your code base, and I'm gonna copy it into dead simple snapshot testing. Okay. So I'm gonna open a new tab, build serve. I have a zig that is too new. Zig up default 0.13.0. Get back to an older zig because I'm still using an old zig for my blog, an old zine for my blog, so I don't want to upgrade that now. So one thing at a time. Okay, so let's go do this. Oh, there's an image also they copied. I need to remember to remove it. Okay, I haven't copied everything yet, so the description is empty. Add simple snapshot testing in Zig. That's 2025 0209. Okay, now let's copy. Okay. Why is this not refreshing? That simple snapshot testing. What am I doing wrong? Here? You must be joking. Do I need to like to shift reload? Why is this being called all your code base? And the data is not updating. I think it's my browser that's doing weird stuff because otherwise this would not show up. Like, what's going on? I'm a bit weirded out. let's explore for a moment. Like, what the heck? Is this a caching problem? I sincerely hope this is not a caching problem. I mean, this is also old Zine, so man, who knew? Who knows? I did fix a bunch of bugs. You know what? Maybe I should update to new Zine. Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. Let's update to new Zine. What's the worst that can happen? I mean, yeah. Fuck it. Let's do it. So, zig fetch save. Christoph Zine. Grab the latest Zine. Then zig up default master. Then my build script should go from 013 to master. By the way, Emlag, are you still around? Are you okay? How's it going? Sorry, I didn't react to the last point about I'm adding so much code that I'm moving it all to a new sema arithmetic file. Nice. I hope he's doing fine. He's doing fine. So have this. Let's zig build serve. We changed things in Zine, and now we need to deal with those, huh? So we have a prev page, next page problem. Fair. Gradually going insane. Let's go. Yeah, so I need to fix my templates. Post HTML. Next page. These have question marks now. What's the next problem? I probably have more. Never mind, that was it. Okay. Okay, so this now works as expected. Let's take a look at the blog post to see if it all looks nice and we didn't forget anything. I recently added a snapshot testing support to Zine, my static site generator. Should I link Zine? Probably I should link Zine. That does not seem a bad idea, right? But I'm not going to make a big link because while I wouldn't hate for people to click on it, that's another point. And I'll share how to get a similar setup going for your projects. Snapshot testing works on is based on two principles. works off of? Do you say works on? Is based on two principles. The assertion part of your test is expressed as a string comparison against a known good value. You use your tests to generate and update known good values. Where your tests are expressed as zig test foo definitions, maybe I will omit foo. I think like this, it's clear enough. You can use a library to update the known good value by directly modifying the Z source code. You know what? Here's what I'm thinking. Let's move this above. And then we can use Snapshot here already. This seems just strictly a good idea. In snapshot testing, known good values are called snapshots or golden files. When your tests are expressed as definitions, you can use a library to update the snapshot by directly modifying the Z source code that contains your tests. This is what Agabito presented in snapshot testing for the masses. See also OSNAP. In my case, Z is a static site generator, and as such, it has files as the natural unit of input-output, meaning that my tests look more like integration tests orchestrated by the build system rather than unit tests written in zig files. To be clear, I do have unit tests for my parsers, but the static site generator as a whole, for the static site generator as a whole, integration tests are the way to go. I think we could use some bolding here because it's the key point. The key point is, for us, files are the natural unit of input output. Also, I think that as such, probably could use a couple quotes around. And as such, it has files as the natural unit of input output. Meaning that my tests look more like integration tests orchestrated by the build system rather than unit tests. Look more like something rather than, yeah. That sounds good. Okay, next. Here's how my setup looks like. Under tests, I have a collection of Zine websites and their corresponding snapshot. Here's an example directory structure containing a single test website. Running zbuild tests will loop over all websites under tests and build each one, placing each output in the corresponding snapshot directory. Since all files are committed to source control, including, crucially, the snapshots, when the output of a website changes, we can see exactly what changed by running git diff or equivalent. An empty diff is a success, while any change is considered a test failure. Here's what's happening. Here's what's missing. This explanation is saying that you can run git diff or equivalent, but I'm not saying that my script runs that automatically for you. So that's what I need to say. I need to add because a non-attentive enough reader will read this section and expect it and will understand that they will need to do this manually. But we're doing it for them. So we need to also to make clear that this is, we need to make this clear. You know what? I'll drop the off or equivalent stuff. I'll drop for a moment the, paying respect to non-git source control stuff. I don't care because I think that those are words better spent to clarify our own stuff right now. So in the code that I will show in a moment, we'll have the zig build system do that automatically for us. Let's see if that makes sense. In the code that I will show in a moment, we'll have the zig build system do that automatically for us. Perfect. An empty diff is a success, while any change is considered a test failure. This is because at this point it's unclear if the changes shown in the diff are intended or not. Once the programmer has confirmed that all changes are indeed intended, they can commit the new snapshot content. Like I said, the new snapshots. Once that's done, rerunning the build test will now produce an empty div and thus succeed. Here's a build.zig snippet to implement what I just described. Yeah, Gediff will need to be run after all websites are done building. See usage of dependon to communicate dependency relationships to the build system. We need to stage all of tests in order for untracked files to show up in the diff. This is it's also not a bad automatism since it avoids the problem of forgetting to stage new snapshot files. Oh, this doesn't fit on a single line. It is so annoying. I think we need to do vertical alignment for this guy. Let's go do that. Hopefully I can do that without going insane. What? What? Oh man, freaking tabs, huh? Okay, next is, oh, this tester stuff. This is horrible. Normally, you would not want to run the build as a sub process, but in my case, Zin is a collection of tools orchestrated by the build system, so it's a bit of a weird corner case. Normally, you would want to use b.run artifact to invoke your program. To invoke a compiled to invoke your program. That's fine. This is what the workflow looks like when I make a change to Zine that modifies how websites are rendered. What if I do diff in here? I don't have, do I have syntax aligning for this? Class keyword for the manus, class string for the plus. That is so weird. And then this is attribute. I think some syntax aligning could be nice though to have. Oh, it also recognizes commit IDs. That's so funny. Okay, in any case, before we start freaking out on this diff stuff, so this is wrong. This is not really diff. I'm lying. It is showing some diff, but it's also not all diff. So what I would want in reality is something different. Also, I'm noticing that this line is a little bit too long. Let's change this to hello world, I guess. It would be nice though to see the diffs. No, we do need the diff coloring. Okay, like we need it. We absolutely need it. Like there isn't just no way. So let's go do some CSS work. Let's go do some CSS work. there's no way this is gonna go wrong. So what am I gonna do? I don't know. Let's copy this. So code diff string dark yellow. What do we got here? Okay, that works. Then we have var. I don't remember. What is it? Inspect keyword. So what do we put in there? Blue. Wait, what colors do people? What do color? Which colors do normal people use for this stuff? They use red and green, right? We don't have green. Okay, I had to enable noise suppression. There's people putting holes in their walls right now. Red for removals, green for additions. What do I have? What's the closest thing that I have to green? Any suggestion for a green? Cyan? Is that a green? I'll take it. You know what? Yeah. Uh, I swapped them around, didn't I? Okay, let's see what else do we have. We have constant and attribute. This didn't do shit. What? Am I like blind? Wait, do I not have light blue? I don't have light blue. That's the thing. Oh, I have blue. Okay, so I can use blue. I guess. And no, I think I want this for something else. What's it called? I think is it called attribute? What are the other things? Variable built-in. I'll do this for variable built-in. Yeah. And then we can do dark yellow for the other one, which I keep forgetting what it is. Attribute? Attribute. Okay. Oh. Yeah, where is it? Dark yellow. That's not bad. I feel like the green might be not great, but I don't know. It works, I guess. Oh, you know what we could use? No, okay. I was thinking I have my colorblind mode enabled on GitHub, but people don't have that, so they will be confused. I guess this is okay. Let's put a new line maybe in here. I would say this is pretty decent. Okay, so this is like visually one can get a feeling for what's going on. At this point, again, this without a comma is not needed. At this point, I can decide whether I can decide to either undo my change or commit the new snapshot file to make the test succeed. What I like about this setup is I don't really, it really only depends on the Git executable, no libraries, no extra tools. If you have a project that can also work well with files, the setup might be exactly if you do have a project that can work well with test files, this setup is probably the simplest possible way to get a snapshot testing workflow up and running. Not bad. I'm happy with this. Okay, honestly, does anybody have any comment, any suggestion that I would make? Anything that anybody feels like they don't like, they feel like it's not expressed really well, they think it should be spent more time on or less time on? Honestly, I know it's been a bit of a, well, not exactly a slog, but it's been a while, right? It took us about 3 hours to get it all, put it all together. But I mean, that's the nature of writing blog posts. It does take some time, but it's not. I like it. One thing that I like about this is that okay, this version here in Obsidian has not been updated to the latest version, right? I made some changes, but it's about less than 1,000 words. So the fact that it's less than 1,000 words is also pretty nice. It means that it's a fairly concise blog post. It has some meat to it, but it's fairly concise, and so yeah, kind of to the point. Nice. I feel like this wording is a little bit awkward. Let me change it slightly, and then I think I'm gonna be ready to commit. At this point, I can decide to undo my change or to commit the new snapshot file and make the test succeed. Yeah, I'm happy. So let me go into content slash blog slash what was it? That simple. Let's remove um, the image that we copied by mistake. And that's it. Let me also maybe navigate my website a little bit just to check that we didn't horribly regress um, the rest of the website. This all seems to work. All your code base has a footer. Our footer still works. Links work. I'm happy. Yeah, my personal blog is not super complicated. So let's double check this claim about golden files. And then, yeah, everything else I'm happy with. So we can close this. Golden file testing. Golden files. Golden files. Okay, so the terminology, what are golden files? Snapshot testing. Okay, so there doesn't seem to be any critical, like big difference between the two. Like maybe it's probably terminology that has spawned from different groups of people, and both terms have become somewhat popular. I think snapshot testing is more popular than golden files, but whatever. Okay, this is a good blog post. I'm happy. Let's press the button. Okay, this is going to take a moment to deploy because we have a new zine, which will have to be built from scratch. So we're gonna be fetching a new zig from the GitHub action, and we're gonna be uh, building zine from scratch, and then we're gonna be building the website after that. So it will probably take, I don't know, 5 minutes. We'll see. We're also building a release fast version of Zine because since that gets cached, then we're gonna have the release fast version available for subsequent pushes. So once this is done, once for every new version of Zine, then it becomes pretty fast to get your website to deploy. But this time it's not gonna be fast; it's gonna be slow. I think if we look at the history, yeah, you can see that it takes like what 20 seconds. No, this is GitHub pages, 2 minutes. Update Zine. Okay, updating Zine takes 3 minutes apparently, or at least it used to in that version. These other times it takes 50 seconds. That is still a lot. 50 seconds for stuff to go up. Well, no, it's 50 seconds plus um, 37 for GitHub pages also to deploy. I don't know. I'm not super happy with these numbers, if I have to be honest. I think these all could be better, but whatever. The caching system, I suspect, is kind of slow. Uh, GitHub Actions. I think it's kind of known for being like this. In any case, our caching stuff is not ginormous, so this seems good. Also, see that we don't have other caches. What? I guess we hadn't deployed for so long uh, that we lost other caches. Interesting. Okay, so still building. Mhm. Oh, there we go. Okay, so this is done, but it's synchronizing the cache. Okay, and that's done too. Let's see if we have the other cache thing. Now, where's the caches? This is the other one. That's 98 megabytes. Holy cow. That is not nothing. Hello, Daniel. That is not nothing. That is something, that's for sure. Well, okay, so we have deployed. Also, why this image is so big? It used to. Oh, you know what? This regressed, and I never noticed. Like this thing should not be that big. But there we go. We have it here. You know what? I think I'm gonna drop this string board. I'm gonna drop string. Let's drop string. Okay, let's fix the index now. What the heck is going on here? Can you speak two Italian languages or only one? Wait, what's the second Italian language? Profile pic. Why is this so big? Like, am I going insane? Yeah, no, this is ginormous. Like, you can even see it going. Italy has more languages. I've heard. They're dialects. There's only one of those that consider itself a full-fledged language, and that's Sardinian. I don't speak that one, although I do know some swear words in it. Um, but yeah, I don't know any dialect. Not really. I think that the problem with dialects is that they are designed to allow you to speak with a small group of people. I always wanted to go the other direction. So uh, I'm doing this stuff right now in English because, like, I don't want to have an Italian blog, for example, because, man, I'm putting in the effort of writing a blog post and then only a relatively small percentage of the world population uh, can read it at that point. That sucks. English, allows you to target more people. Seems better. Milano doesn't have a dialect. Oh, it does. But I think of all the places that have dialects, Milano is one of the quote unquote worst places because I think knowledge of that dialect has been lost. Like new generations don't speak that at all. So it's not like the knowledge has been fully lost. I don't think that's the case. I'm guessing there are books that tell you how to say things in that dialect, but like other parts of Italy, people are tend to even newer generations tend to learn the dialect much more frequently than they do around here. Like Milan, I think it's only old people that know that thing. Italian standard comes from Florence. Somewhat. I don't remember exactly precisely where everything was coming from, and I suspect also that the recorded history is somewhat um, twisted by the fact that some people want to claim ownership of certain things. But Florence has certainly had a big impact. So yeah, I think there was a point in time where, around the time of what is it? Maybe the Divine Comedy or some other like big books at of that kind that were designed also in part to basically standardize a common language that ideally should have been used everywhere in Italy. And I think a good chunk of it comes from Florence, although I don't think all of it. I think there's also some other influences. Um, you might want to double check my claim, but I think that also some of, for example, the way of speaking that people had in Venice at the time also has had an influence. But I don't know exactly to what degree. So I would say, yeah, this is like probably overall a fair statement. But then when you get into the nitty gritty, there's probably more nuance. So I'm not going insane, right? Why is this image so big? Wait, is that space? Is it the space? The problem? Is this supposed to be 200 pixels? No, you don't put pixels right in this thing. Why is it so big? It's because it has height auto. Height auto wins over this? Are you serious? Okay, why do we have height auto? I bet you that it's because there's we put in our CSS height auto uh yeah, in here because of both stuff. Here's the funny thing. This height gets ignored, but check this out. If I put this in here instead, I bet you that this would be respected and will take precedence over the other thing. Let's see if that's the case. No? What? Oh no, it doesn't have. Why is it not picking it up? Okay, there's something wrong with the dependency tracking, I think, because this should cause a rebuild, but it's not. Does your new blog about snapshot testing work on Windows? I assume so. Is it cached by the browser? Maybe. I'm not sure. Oh no, I'm being fucking dumb. I'm looking at the online version of the website. God damn it. It's on me. I'm dumb. Okay, there we go. Now it's normal. Okay, so let's commit this. Okay. So does my blog post work on Windows? Let's see. Let's see if we're doing anything sus. We're doing this, but it should be fine on Windows. We're calling this, but it should be fine on Windows. So yeah, it should work. I don't see why not. Nice. I'm happy. So we got a new blog post out, and everybody participated pretty much in the entire process. I don't know. I don't know what to say. This was not bad, honestly. Also, from my perspective, it's doable. I don't think it would have taken me 3 hours had I done this by myself, in all honesty. but, um, but yeah. Hello, Amy. Yeah, sorry, but the VOD is gonna be up in case you're curious. So, um, I did go over some. So I went through the full process. So I also explained my reasoning for doing things a certain way or another way, and so um, yeah. So in case you're curious and you want to hear some explanations on exactly why do I have this sentence here put this way, why am I explaining this way, etc. So yeah, do check out the VOD. It's on YouTube also. So yeah. Okay, so what's the next step? Are we done? Are we done? We published it, so it's time to go relax. Come on, shift reload. There we go. Now it has a normal size. Jesus Christ. Okay, so are we done yet? We're not. So if you read my blog post that says how to write more, you know that you're not done when you publish the blog post. You're almost done, but there's something more to do. You need to post your stuff. You need to link it to people so that they can check it out. So here's what I'm gonna do next. Are out of alignment? They're not. They're designed to be outside of the main content. Instead of being inside, they're like outside. I mean, it's a stylistic choice. You don't necessarily have to like it, but it is intended. It's designed to be this way. There we go. After posting is the best time to find errors. I agree. That happens all the time. So I'm gonna, I guess, pretty much stop here. I could link the blog post in Discord. Maybe I can create an entry in Content Discuss. So you know what? Let's go do this. So in my Discord server, there's a section called Content Discuss. Sometimes I post my stuff in announcements. So I post in here when I make a new blog post. But also posting in Content Discuss maybe is not bad. So you know what? I'll do both. People have told me to do both in the past, so I'll do both. There we go. And so in here, people can comment. That's it. Nice. Oh, man. What an adventure, huh? Ugh. So, what's next on our slab? We did this. Back Discord. Oh, I don't think I have it, but it's in my profile. I think on Twitch. I mean, my Twitch channel profile. Or you can go on my website and not find a link because there's no link to my Discord. maybe I should streamline all this stuff, huh? Another time. Okay. Set up Tracy to profile my parsers. So, what was this? 2-3 days ago, I tried to use instruments to profile my my HTML parser, and my parser slash LSP slash auto formatter. So like the CLI tool of Super HTML, and it was underwhelming because the thing couldn't sample pretty much anything. Most of the program was just not there, and so I'm now would be interested in seeing how to. Oh, you don't find it? Oh God. Okay, let me do this. There you go. Now watch this link be expired. Okay, it does not seem to be the case. Hopefully. uh, so yeah. So now I want to basically set up Tracy and see how that works. So I guess the question is, so I did some work. I have here open the Tracy docs. I did actually, so let me close some tabs. I have Tracy cloned. So, and I did build both the client library and the server. Hopefully the client library is not even necessary. I know that the Z compiler has integration for it. So I guess I need to figure out basically how to get everything working. What I do know is that I can do this. I can do profiler, build, and then what's it called? Tracy profiler. I can run it, and this runs the GUI. So here I have the GUI, and I can connect to a local thing. And there's also a server. So I'm guessing I need to build a server as well. I'm not sure. Maybe. Server build is not a directory. What's in server? Never mind. You don't have to build the server. Just source code. Okay, so I'm guessing the profiler is also a server or something. I guess we'll figure it out. So I need to figure this stuff out, and then I need to and then let's try to instrument Super HTML, and let's see if the profiler can show us something interesting. That's what I want to do. Please read this plea for help. Oh God. I'm a CS student, but I don't know how to code. I want to learn fast in order to code out my startup in LAMP stack. Can I do it in 8 months from zero? How can I learn without falling in tutorial hell? What's LAMP? Linux? Elixir? MySQL? PHP? No. What's E? What's E? Okay. Linux, Nginx, MySQL, and PHP. Okay. Oh, really? So Nginx becomes E? I didn't know that. You want to code your setup in 8 months. How can I learn without falling into tutorial hell? No, because LAMP, the A in LAMP is Apache. So if you want, so if it's not Apache, but I guess LNMP is also hard to pronounce, so they went with LAMP. Yeah, because it's Nginx. That makes sense. Yeah. No, yeah, I get it. Yep. So yeah, because LUMP is not pronounceable. Can you go to your startup? In 8 months, you can certainly learn how to make a website, have a database, and have some state. A full startup, probably, where you want to have like user sign up, take money from them, have maybe product cards, product catalogs, some kind of inventory system. That is a lot. Honestly, my suggestion would be this. Either if you are a CS student and you want to focus on learning computer science, then doing a startup might be interesting, but a startup is also a lot of non-computer science stuff that you need to learn. And if you're on your own and you have to do everything yourself, then it means that you will have to do yourself the software part, but also the business part. And the business part is non-trivial to do for real. And it takes time and it takes effort. And you will have to have, basically, you need to learn just as much stuff as you need to learn to do the text part. You will need to learn roughly as much stuff to do the business part. Maybe not a one to one, but there's still a lot there. So I would say if you're alone in this project, this seems unfeasible. If you have somebody with you that is, a co-founder or something like that, then you can split duties and you can split pretty much everything. You can split, doing business stuff. You can split also doing software stuff. So I would say doing a startup all by yourself from scratch, not knowing how to program, uh, it's a bit too much. Chances are that you're gonna, to get the basics done, you will not be able, in my opinion, to focus on whatever is necessary to know how to have a startup that makes sense, right? That isn't just a random website that you call a startup. Um, yeah, Emmy probably has some good advice. Like, there's also other stacks that would allow you to have to learn fewer things. If you use some stuff as a service, you can get off things off the ground faster. Main thing is coding proficiently. If the main thing is coding proficiently, the startup idea is suboptimal. Doing a startup requires you to sacrifice other things in order for the startup to succeed. If you want to maximize coding proficiency, then don't do a startup, do open source projects. Participate to existing open source projects. Make you yourself start learning programming. It's not a matter of web stack. Like the stack at that point becomes less important. What's more important is that you just start coding stuff that you put out. Maybe it's a copy of already existing tools, and you do those things only for learning purposes. Then, as you become a little bit more proficient, you start interfacing with open source projects. There is a great there's like great advice by Andreas Kling, for example, on that. Not if you're a complete noob, but if you become more proficient. Like, I think that if you're like a, I don't know, second year university student, man, you should be able to start facing false projects, in my opinion. Not all of them. Will you be able to contribute to the Linux kernel? I don't know. Probably not. That's tough. But there are like more relaxed false projects out there that you can totally contribute to as a second year university student. So yeah, a startup will really require you to make sacrifices and compromises. I am second year. What do you mean, man? If you are second year, you should know how to program a little bit. You said earlier, but I don't know how to code. What the heck did you learn the first year, man? What did you? Okay, show me your syllabus. Show me your classes. Show me the syllabus of every class that you took, and show me your grades then. I know basic HTML and CSS. Okay. Neither of what you mentioned is programming, though. I know that it's called CSS, but the C doesn't stand for computer, and neither of the S's stands for science. Infrastructure and a little Python. Funny thing is, my teachers can code. Jesus Christ. Okay, S boy. let's reset the conversation then. Here's your first step. Ignore the startup, ignore the open source. Find some online computer science class course. I don't know what's popular lately. Coursera? Is Audacity still a thing? I think it was without the A, right? Udacity.com. Like, you should probably take a full programming software engineering class, or two or three, I don't know. But like, you like, if you have not had anybody who is already proficient with programming show you how to do who is already proficient doing software engineering, showing how to do some software engineering, then go do that. um, what's the best way to learn and retain? Do is the best way to learn and retain. You follow the course and then you start programming, and you do things, you write things. So yeah, you have to do this. A startup, like, really, a startup might, I don't know, sound motivating, but either you learn how to program or you do a startup. A startup is already, like, in the serious term of the word, it's already something that should take like all of your time. So you can't really easily do both at a time, or rather you can, but then there will be compromises. You will not be able to maximize doing either thing well. So yeah. And after you do this, then at that point I think you can start considering open source software if you want to continue skilling up with software engineering, or startup route if you want to, I don't know, I guess, start monetizing, or in a sense widening your horizons. There is a point to be made, that maybe, learning software engineering alone, like being, you imagine that you're playing some kind of RPG game, like Fallout or Baldur's Gate or Neverwinter Nights, or I don't know, what are the ones that people are been playing lately. You're playing one of those games, you're playing D&D, and you have to put down your stats. You don't want to make a character that you have 10 stat points to put in your attributes. You don't put all 10 of them in one stat. You want to spread them out a little bit. Sure, you want to have a specialty. That it's good to have a specialty. So it's good to be good at software engineering and to invest a lot in being good at software engineering if that's what you want to do. But it is also true that widening your horizons is not only good, but I would even argue mandatory if you want to be a good programmer. Somebody who only knows how to program, like literally only knows how to program and doesn't know anything else, cannot be a good programmer, because at the end, by definition, in my opinion, because at the end of the day, what a programmer does, what a software engineer does, is configure a machine so that the machine can behave in desirable ways for another human being. If you don't understand enough about the world, other human beings, and the context in which your program will be executed, as good as you might be at configuring the machine, you will not know exactly what is a desirable configuration of the machine. And funnily enough, you see a lot of that in software engineering, like a lot. So learning other things that sometimes are described as soft skills is not a bad idea. In a sense, we were looking at writing a blog post earlier, right? The way I personally think of writing blog posts is almost like the ultimate form of metaprogramming. Think about it. I'm not gonna qualify this statement past that, but if you know, you know. I'll be right back. So I'm taking a quick bathroom break, and then we do the Tracy profiler stuff. Okay, I'm back. Do. Okay, let me see because I got some messages. Let me check out my messages. Hmm. Okay. Do. Let's do Tracy. Okay, so here's what we're doing with Tracy. Um, I have a program that parses stuff, and I want to trace it, but I don't know how because I've not used Tracy. I've like briefly I think tested something with Tracy ages ago, 2 years ago by now, maybe more, maybe three, could be even four, maybe. And I don't know anything about Tracy, or rather, I know the basics, but well, some of the basics. So I basically want to learn how to use Tracy a little bit. I know what it looks like in general. I know there's something in the Zig standard library, but then I don't know how to get everything working together. So I need to learn that. Hopefully, by the way, if anybody in chat knows this stuff, honestly, I wouldn't hate receiving some help. I think that would be appreciated. So here we have the user manual. The problem is that the user manual doesn't cover Zig, so we need to understand what to do with Zig. I have so as I said, I have the server running, so I know how to run the server. Let me also re-widen my terminal. But I don't know how to get everything integrated. So I'm here. I have Super HTML open. Coincidentally, so this is what I want to trace. I want to trace Super HTML. So maybe try looking at Zig's trace integration. Yeah, that's probably a good starting point, right? So what do we want to do in here? I guess. Okay, I guess here's my starting point. I want to be able to do this. In the HTML tokenizer, there's a function next. Let's trace this one at least. So I think we have std.tracy or something in the Zig standard library. That does not seem to be the case. Do we not have? Wait, do we not have anything in the standard library? We do, right? Or is this secret and private to the compiler? So the compiler uses Tracy, but it doesn't expose anything about it in the standard library, huh? I see how it is. I see how it is then. So Specs guy has Zig Tracy. Source Tracy to Zig. Okay. But it also needs to be built, right? We need to build the client library, I'm guessing. Yeah, I saw that the last comment was like 3 years ago. Okay, so let's see what the Z compiler has. So should I copy it over? For now, maybe let's copy it over. So resource tracy.zig. There we go. What do we have in here? Built-in checks, build options, enable tracy allocation, enable tracy call stack depth, extract tracy season context, some functions, ctx, trace, source location. If not enabled, return nothing. Enable call stack, call this, otherwise call that. A tracy allocator type. Huh. Interesting. So everybody is stealing this from the Z compiler. This sounds like we should make a package for it, does it not? I'm guessing this is assuming that you can link against like something like libtracy system wide or something like that. Should we write a build script for it? Is it time to make a Zig I don't know, Tracy kit or something? Uh well, you know what? More copying, less thinking. And um okay, so now we have tracy.zig in Super HTML. So we now need in our build system. Also, let's undo whatever we were doing here. In our build system now, we need to worry about this stuff. We need to decide if we need to add an option to enable or disable tracing. So let's add those options. So let's see. Option is going to be, I guess it's a bunch of Boolean. Tracing. What did Tracy want here? Enable Tracy enable Tracy. And then enable Tracy allocation, enable Tracy call stack, enable, and then Tracy call stack depth. Okay, so enable Tracy. Or else false. So we default to false. And then we can add the other ones, but for now I'm not interested in exposing them, so I'm gonna add them like as internal options. Like I'm gonna hard code them. So options. What was it? Enable trace allocation. calls. Enable tracy call stack. Probably want to put this one as true, but like depending on these, oh god. You know what? We're gonna modify this other. We're gonna modify the source code, I guess. Maybe enable end. Oh, it doesn't end. So, oh, that's nice. So here's what we can do then. Never mind. We can have it to set to true, but since it doesn't end, then it's already good to go. Then tracy call stack depth. And that one is not a boolean. That one is a number. And it defaults to 10. Oh, it's an optional? No, it's not an optional. Okay. Okay. So we have this. And I think this one can be just Tracy. CLI argument. I think it's good enough. So what do we do next? Next, next we basically import Tracy and we start using it in the tokenizer, right? We have root. That seems a good idea. So let's go do this. I guess I was saying we put Tracy in root, but no, we don't really want to do that because that makes it public. We want it only for ourselves. So never mind. We do const. Yo, hello. Okay, so we might need to take a detour away from Tracy profiling for a moment. Hello, Brendan. How's it going? How is life? You know, like taking a plunge into the Zig. I don't know, soup. like you know when you go from like a pool that has a given temperature and then you go to another one and everything is super different. Like how's I don't know, how is it? Zig automatically compiles LLVM for any target, so I'm happy. Nice. Okay, so do you mind if we address your question on stream? I'm not gonna show the DMs, but like I'm gonna bring it up and tell you what I suspect you might not be clear about. Okay, so okay, let me give a smidge of context to the people watching. So the idea is this: Brendan is working on the Rock compiler, and as you might have heard, the Rock compiler has switched to Zig recently. So they're now, basically ramping up on all the, I guess, Zig isms, the Zig ecosystem stuff, and they're getting used to all this new brave new world of Zig. So as part of that, Brendan has been setting up fuzz testing for the Rock compiler. Zig is about to have fuzz testing offered directly by the Zig compiler itself, but it's not quite there yet. So some things work. Actually, one thing that I would like to try to address with MLAG the next time the next time we're gonna have a Zig compiler detective agency stream, I really think we should take a look at this fuzzing stuff because having the Zig compiler instrument executables is so good, because at that point you don't have to you don't need to have a compiled copy of LLVM anymore, which sucks so much. So this might not help the Rock people because they will probably still need to have some LLVM lying around, I'm guessing, for the reasons. But we should do this. Let's see. Fundamentally, I want to render LLVM and our depths, automatically download them, and then point everything at that. So default flow, people don't need to think about LLVM. I see. Interesting. So out of curiosity, and this might be somewhat noob question that I'm asking you, but You guys need to have LVM because dot dot dot. In the meantime, I'm gonna open up a page. LVM backend for CodeGen. Yeah. Rip MLag. Then you'll never know. I'm sorry. And LLD for linking, understandably. Yeah. Okay. So you need LVM backend for CodeGen and LLD for linking for now. Right. Okay. Well, but other users that are not creating a compiler, yeah, if we could do instrumentation ourselves directly, that would simplify AFL Kit. So the question that so Brandon was using has started using Zig AFL Kit for better or worse, and so was asking if there was a way to not have to specify in the command line the LVM config path. So let's take a look at this thing. So this dependency, this project, has add instrumented XZ, which requires you to pass build, target, optimize, and your like object file. And this calls this grabs a FLKit dependency, and then does this. Okay, no, never mind. You know what? I thought that there might be something interesting to explain, but I think actually in this case you're totally right, and this is entirely me. So the problem is this. The problem is that if you invoke add instrumented XZ, I am force injecting this this build option in your script, because this is a function defined in this dependencies build script, but you're supposed to be calling it from the, let's say, the project's build script, and I'm being naughty. I'm forcing you to have this thing. Where is it? I lost it. Yeah, I'm forcing you to have this. So his question was, is there a way to like define this thing programmatically and not have you always put it as an option, which in turn forces me to invoke my build script with this flag instead of being able to encode it programmatically? The answer is yes, but it requires changing this. So, so I guess I should do that for you now. Let's think of a nice way of doing it. So, what would it look like? What would a better integration look like? Let's think for a moment. We could add an extra parameter here and say we pass a parameter that is an LLM config path, and we leave it up to the user to specify an option if they want to or not. So basically, this becomes entirely on the user to decide if they want to expose this as an option or hard code it or not. That seems actually reasonable. Also, LVM config path. Oh, it's multiple potential paths because I'm gonna use them to search, right? Where do I use LVM config? Builder dependency. Oh, I'm passing it to FL++. Yeah, I'm guessing FL++ uses this as a search path. Okay. Let me do this for you now. I'm in a link arrow branch. Set up for repro. Oh, right. I made an issue in a repro for the linking error that we were experiencing in the past. Oh, this is actually good. So I'm like, if we ever do this, I have a repro branch. Okay, git switch. Is it master? Is it main? Main. Git pull. Okay. So how do we do this? Yeah. So the idea is like we can just trivially accept it as an argument, and that's kind of it, honestly. Let's put it here. So here's the, I guess, the ugliness here. The ugliness is that this is going to be a breaking change because I'm going to put it here, but then we're gonna um, we're gonna have to take it away once Zig becomes able to instrument the executable natively. We're gonna remove it completely because we'll not depend on LLVM in any shape or form anymore. So yeah. So long story short, I'm adding it now because it makes sense. Um, but yeah, we'll have to take it out. Okay, so LEM config. Let me double check that these are actually search paths as I think they are. I really think they are, but the wording seems weird. Like the name they give it seems weird. Uh, yeah. I guess because you specify them multiple times, and so each one of them is a path. So that's why it has that name. Um, okay, it's fine. Maybe we can make it optional, and then it's kind of redundant making it optional, but it kind of clarifies um, that you can pass null. Okay, I think this should be fine. Now, how do we test this? Well, you know what, Brendan, I'm gonna commit, and then I don't know. You can try it out and see if it works for you. Because I think that my fuzzing stuff. I'm not sure if any of my fuzzing stuff is actually currently set up to work with this. So I hope you don't mind if I delegate to you some uh, tester work, I guess. But it seems pretty simple. Thank you. Okay, cool. Yeah, sorry. I made you come on stream because I thought I looked at it briefly, by the way, while I was taking a break during the stream, and I thought there might have been something interesting to talk about, but no, this is actually clearly a clear cut like thing that the script was doing that should not have been doing. Okay, enjoy. Let me know how it goes. Okay, back to back to Tracy. Okay, so we got Tracy in stuff. Let's import it. And so how do we use it? Tracy dot something and then Tracy dot something else, right? Tracy allocator, we don't care. Oh wait, what's going on? Is this it? Trace, which returns a CTX, and we defer end on it, I guess. Okay. And it can be T. Okay. So with this, we should have calls to next. Zone. Let's call it. Okay. Or span. Is this also what people sometimes call span? Okay, so we have this. Now the problem is that as we are right now, if I do zig build dash d Tracy, we're gonna poop ourselves. Right. Well, we also need to adapt this slightly. This is not build options. This is just options for us. Now we will name options in module super HTML. Really? Who do we give options to then? The CLI tool has it, but not the module. Where do we define the module though? Hmm. We do put this stuff in the module. Oh wait, it's called build underscore options. On top of everything, it's called build underscore options. So what is the problem? No module name build options available under module super HTML. Duplicate struct member named super in document.zig. What is going on? Oh no! I'm being hit. I'm being hit by the new namespace stuff. You know what? I guess we want prominent compile errors. I guess we're gonna have to upgrade some of our code to music before we can we can get to the good part. Building time has no member named enum literal in logging. Oh no, we have some other. Oh no! Oh no! We have also the LSP stuff that needs updating. Okay, oof. There's gonna be some work. Okay, I'm sorry. There's gonna be some work before we can get to continuing with the trace integration. Oof. Let's see. Logic. Wait, what is it? 59. That's the only place. Next. Oh no, it's not super HTML. It's super AST. Let's see. Known folders. Expected type known folders. Known folder config found. Something else. Right. Is it CLI.zig? Yeah, it is. I don't even have known folders imported in here. Oh man. It's with a dash, probably even. What do you not like about this? Known known folders config. Oh, CLS doesn't know how to go to definition. Okay, I think there's another problem. We might want to update known folders anyway. So zig fetch, zig leaves known folders. Perfect. Oh, it was already up to date. Oh, okay. How is it not a known folders config? Where's wait? Was I reading the wrong error message? No, I was not. It is indeed here. Root source file struct known folder has no name. Known folders config. Where? Wait. Then where did they put this? So where did they put that? Expected type this. So okay, I was typing probably. Now we have bad things in our LSP dependency. Now, whew, okay. Let's go. Let's go shave that yak. Did I ever do anything with this? Has anybody PR'd anything by any chance? Nobody. Okay, so it's on me. We have like zig build test. We have zig build. Ooh, we don't have a lot of infrastructure, huh? Let's see. Almost all good with the fuzzing change to infer the type correct for the or else. Oh no. Okay. Do you want me to commit the change or did you PR it or? Oh, there's also this AFL path build option. Oh, I need to check this one out afterwards. What did this one do? Okay, I need to check in on it later. I'll push the change then. For you. Okay, you were saying the or else doesn't work as it should. Why? Interesting. Okay. And type of okay. I guess it just does not coerce to that type. Curious though. Hmm. Okay, that's good. Next is in server. Normally you name build options available for module super HTML. Okay, so we're back to our original error. Interested in seeing Helix in the wild? I like using it. I find it I don't know, a good editor. I started using it back when it was still a little bit crashy, and now it hasn't crashed on me in a long time. Now I feel like it's an editor that can be taken more seriously than in the past. And I don't know, I just like the experience. So build options. Okay, what are we doing wrong, man? What are we doing wrong? Now we are back to the build script and trying to figure out what we're doing wrong, because we're clearly doing something dumb. Um, so here's what I see. There's a test step that we don't pass options to, and that does not seem a problem. But for everything else, we pass down options. All of the other things, except fuzz step. But again, we're not fuzzing. So how do we even get there? Build options. Am I tapping build options? Again, I'm not, right? How does root do it? Or how does so that's how CLI does it. Oh, you know what? No, I think I get it. I am in dumb indeed. I've always been staring at like this root module, but this root module is not Super HTML. Super HTML is defined somewhere else. Where's Super HTML defined? Go up. Where's Super HTML? God damn it. Here's Super HTML, and we're not adding options to it. Jesus. So this means that you know what? We want to make these separate options. Let's make them like Tracy options. Although to be fair, these options might be worth sharing also with other ones. But yeah, let's keep them separate. So let's put it this way. Let's do it this way. We're gonna make our own Tracy options. And then we give those to Super HTML. And then we go in Tracy and we actually rename these to Tracy options. Okay. And hopefully now nature has healed. Let's go. Tracy Trace needs an argument. Sure. HTML tokenizer. Trace probably wants at source. Let's see. Root source file struct options has no member name Tracy call stack depth. Oh. There we go. Finally, we finally got a successful failure. Okay, now the fancy stuff begins, because now I need to link against Tracy. So, linking against Tracy, huh? How do we do this? So I could expect system availability of Tracy, or I can build Tracy myself. I have Tracy, so I have Tracy in here, and I actually built the client. So in under build, if you see, I have libtracyklient.a. So literally, it's a matter of linking against this guy. You know what? Maybe let's actually just YOLO do it. You know what? Let's just YOLO do it. Again, we're trying to prototype this and make it work. Obviously, the ideal way would be to make this, take the CMake file and turn it into a Zig build script. Oh man, I was about to say how hard could it be, but no, it's actually not that hard. It's just a little bit of legwork actually. This is not bad. Huh. Frankly, this does not seem bad. Although I think I saw it mention other CMakes. So, and it's C++, so who knows? I think somebody has to have already packaged it. Or maybe we just, or out of curiosity, what if I do brew install Tracy? Is that a thing? Yo, we have Tracy. Oh, 0.11. What do I have here? Eleven point two, 11.1. I mean, not bad. Now at 4 files changed, 1,488, 84 insertions. Oh my god. Woo. I mean, there was a spider nest, huh? Out of curiosity, how did things change? Maybe I can go read it myself. Let me see. How did things change compared to our comment? Where did you guys have the discussion? Should be under compiler, right? But I see discussion around. Oh, did you guys talk about it in private? I guess it has to be. Otherwise, I think I would say it. Yeah. Do you have a TLDR in regards to what was broken? So sorry, what was wrong in the comment? Now, what I want to do is to say that if we are enabling Tracy, we need to link also. Can I do that with a module? Can I say that a module needs to link against stuff, or does it have to be an executable? I guess I can try. Nobody can stop me. No. I guess I should look at public functions, huh? Yeah, I can do link stuff. Oh, awesome. Link system library options. What are these options? Oof. Okay, let's see how that goes. Also, I clearly modified build into different editors. Smart idea. Congrats me. Panic. This API requires the module to be created with a known target field. Okay, that's fair. Unable to find dynamic system library Tracy using strategy paths first. Because the problem is that we don't have brew integration, right? We do not have brew integration. Come on. Oh, Megan has one updated 4 years ago. Oh god, it's even older than one from Specs guy. It doesn't have a zone file. And it also has bindings, so it's not just a build script. No, wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. We're missing something. Oh no, this is just bindings. No, this is wrong. This is not just bindings. This is using Megan's uh, package manager to build the only Tracy client.cpp. Oh, is it that simple to build the client? Wait a second. Am I going insane over something that is so trivial? The docs probably have this information. Hmm. This might be useful if you want to build from source. Oh, Snowtooth, thank you. Did they do this work themselves? Oh, this. I'm having deja vu's here. Oh, they add Tracy as a module. Fair. Where's the building? D Tracy enable. Oh, there we go. Tracy flags. Of course, there has to be UB in there. Win32, win NT. God knows what that means. Include path, C source file, just public Tracy client.cpp. Oh, this is very interesting. Come on. This stuff should be a all your code base repository, right? This seems obvious. Well, I guess for now, let's steal some of this stuff and then let's just copy that one file. Although, is it really just one file? What was it? Tracy? Well, Tracy, client. Oh, yeah, of course, this has a bunch of imports and stuff. So, no, you can't just like copy one. Understandably, I guess you have to deal with some of this stuff. What is this? Oh my god, what am I looking at? So this is like every line is a macro and you can put spaces between the pound sign and the word. And so all the pound signs are being used to kind of mark the full outer scope of this if. This is like, man, this is like the redneck engineering that people in C and C++ world do, huh? To me, this is like redneck engineering. Come on. I mean, genius, but also, why do you have to do this? It's a clever solution to a problem you shouldn't have in the first place. Cool. Okay, are we yak shaving? We are yak shaving. Let's yak shave. Actually, I should have checked this first. We have it already. Techatrix. Techatrix. What an angel. What an angel. Oh, but he has all of Tracy in it. Why is he not doing why is he vendoring? I guess I guess because they had like it. Oh, they have patches, don't they? I'm on board. The aligned pound sign symbols is a stylistic relic from pre-standard C. Inventing the whole processor directive wasn't allowed in ye olden days. So it wasn't there to be clever. It was an even worse reason. Oh my god. Oh my god. What a story. Okay, so yeah, I was freaking out, but man, we're doing so well. We are doing so well. This ecosystem is so good, man. Why am I even worried about things? Just depend on Oracle code based Tracy. But we want to put it as a lazy dependency. So if enable Tracy, optimize. Hello, Megan. Time to learn about the artifacts that we have in here. Um, target optimize. They want, oh man, they want striped pie. Oh man, so many options. But I think we can, yeah, we can omit them. I guess we can go with the default ones. Enabled is set to true. Makes sense. Well, I guess we figure out these options in case. Also, some of those are for building the server. We don't care. We care about only client, Tracy client. I just called Tracy. Okay, so Tracy it is. Whoops. Artifact Tracy. I would have called this client, honestly. Not Tracy, but it's fine. There is no artifact in optional build dependency. Yeah, we were right. Or else we break. Let's see how we do now. Optional target has unsupported type. Optional resolve target. Oh, I'm guessing this bad boy has not been updated to Z014, understandably. I'm guessing. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Is there a branch? Error was because optional. Um, yeah, the error was because optional, but this is, I think, a change in something. Maybe I'm wrong. Wait, what is it? Option target result. Yeah, it's optional. Basically, the build script is old. Yeah, they have an old build script. Uh, so I don't think I can go back to 013 because I have upgraded all my things to 014. So I guess it's a matter of upgrading this bad boy too to 014. And then we can put this in a branch. So there is some yak shaving after all. Okay, what's the problem? Um, Optional type resolve target does not support field access. So we're getting an optional resolve target. Why is it optional? So here we just have resolve target query. What am I missing? Target is go to definition. It's this guy. Since when this guy returns an optional, it does not return an optional. What am I? Wait, am I going insane? This is not returning an optional. This returns a resolved target, and then even is target an optional? I don't think it is. Target is not an optional. Like there's no weird type alias that's like hiding optionalness from us. So yeah, what is the problem? What is the problem, officer, with this? Is it deeper? Target result? Consider using dot question mark. I feel like I'm slightly going insane. Um, Target is the result of calling star target options. This guy returns a result target, not an optional one. Our Tracy build. Oh, wait. Wait. I was on the wrong fucking line. It's 740, the right line in our build script. Okay, wait. I was looking at the wrong thing. Okay, and now it's looking at options. Options is something different. SCD build static library options. Okay, so in this thing, now this is optional. Deprecated, prefer populating root module. Oh god. Deprecated, prefer populating root module. Well, we don't have a root module here. We have this guy. Some stuff is put there from options, but no. I guess for now, just to make it work, we can do dot question mark. Because I don't know how to upgrade to the full API. It requires, yeah, these suggestions are not going to really work here because it requires re-architecting way more stuff, if that even applies. So we don't have this stuff here. Let's see, optional type resolve target. Yeah. Let's go, next error. Oh, don't tell me. No question mark. Option target has unsupported type. Question mark. Oh. Where are we now? Create EM GUI, list dependency. 781. Yes, we can speed these things up this way. We're downloading Xcode frameworks. I think that if you're on Mac, you shouldn't be downloading Xcode frameworks. Maybe. Maybe it's fair because the version 1 is going to change. It's not going to change, but maybe that's a problem too. I don't know. It's a non-lazy dep of GLFW from Mac. Yeah, but I guess the idea is you should, because Apple, then when they deprecate things, they remove them from the SK immediately, not just later on. I see. So you're saying that basically a given version of GLFW will depend on a specific version of the frameworks. Yeah. So if you build on a Mac without an old SDK version, it will only be compatible with your latest macOS version. I see. So it's like it's like, okay, it's still a cross compilation thing. But okay, I guess my point is that you could inspect the target, right? And say that if it's the native target, then you can skip this, right? By the way, how big are these freaking things? Why is it still loading Xcode frameworks? Are they really this big? Oh my god. Expected pointer to module. Found pointer to module. And that's in. Oh, that's in Tracy. Okay. Whew. Oh, it's just going slow. Okay, fair. Fair. Mm-mm-mm. There's probably a couple more. No, wait, wrong line, definitely. No. What I feared. It's in a dependency. There's a dependency that also is not updated. What is this dependency? Xcode frameworks. Um. Is there an updated version of Xcode frameworks? Is it on Hexops? Yeah. Tags. Update Zig. This is old. French update Zig. 4 months ago. Main is the latest. What is the goal? I'm trying to build Tracy. To be fair, you know what? Maybe I should. I guess one way of making my life simpler would be instead of um instead of building all of Tracy, um maybe we can just try to build a subset. Captures the import Chrome, import Fuchsia, test, update. Tracy depends on Xcode frameworks because of the GUI component. This package is also packaging the GUI. Okay, so wait, let's take a step back. Let's close one Tracy. Let's take a look at this. Tracy, we have the online one. Let's make it the local one. And let's see what happens now if I try to build with the Tracy. Nah, that triggers a bunch of problematic stuff still, huh? Yeah. Yeah, we can't bypass this. Okay, what is the alternative? The alternative is we can do this. Okay, here's another way of doing this. Let's abandon temporarily our local checkout of Tracy. Let's go back to our zone file. We actually still depend on it. Actually, we can even depend on the downloaded version. So let's depend on the online version. That's fine. Oh, Lazy was honored by Fetch. That's nice. Thank you, Fetch. And so next thing that we do is we steal the code from ZLS, and we just straight up uh, use the Tracy dependency only as a source of. Oh no, is it a path? Oh no, I wasn't watching. Is that thing? How many of these things I have open? God damn it! Exit. Uh, exit. Oh my fucking god. Okay. As I was saying, in the build script, we do grab Tracy, but we only use it for files. Can we do this? Hopefully we can do this. I guess worst case, we do it on the official project. Like instead of depending on the all your code base one, we depend on the upstream. And at that point, that's like the end of it, basically. So we do this. Options target result is being GW. Just target result is being GW. Tracing module include path. No, that's super HTML. Include path. Let's call it tracy dependency. Okay. And then tracy module had C source file. Hmm. I guess. Yeah. No, this is still problematic because we are still parsing and running those other build scripts. So we go to the source. Warning compilation failed to delete. Blah blah blah. File not found. The following command failed with one compilation errors. Include atomic. File not found. We probably need to link stuff, huh? Is that how you link libc++? I don't remember. Um. Hmm. Oh, oops. Oh no. Is this the C++ experience? Failed with 25 compilation errors. Tracy system CPP 303 error. Sprint fee is deprecated. This function is provided for compatibility reasons only due to security concerns inherent with the design of sprintf. It is highly recommended to use sprintf 3 instead. Include common. No type name mutex in namespace std. You touch one C++ project, and that's immediately your experience. What am I supposed to do? I guess it's time to go in the C++ standard library and let's go implement a mutex there, right? Unknown type name Tracy mutex. So how do you solve this? How do you solve this? It's I'm guessing that then basically what's happening is that okay, I know how to solve this. I guess I know how to solve this. Check this out. We're going extra hacky. This is not hacky enough. More hacks. Pile on more hacks. We're going to our zone file, and we don't depend on the official trace anymore. We now depend on path on the local Tracy checkout, which is not the official one, right? Our local Tracy checkout is the one from all your code base. But the problem is that it has a borked build.zig file. But we can remove it. Let's see what happens now. Because I'm assuming that this is the one that has patches that make it work. Ah, there we go. rpmalloc file not found. Well, okay, I guess we need to go and see. I don't know, where's rpmalloc, man? Oh no. Is it a sub? Is this a sub module thing? Is this a sub module thing that we don't have here? Maybe there's a flag. No, but even oh yeah, maybe there is a flag. Could it be? Zig to JSON lock. I suspect I know what it is. I suspect no. Okay, you know what? I'm not sure. I suspected that was going to be something used. I think it's something used for flakes. I think it's used to make flakes work. Does this repository really have some modules? We should have seen them though, right? If that was the case. No, not export frameworks. The Tracy thing. No, I don't believe that can even be the case. I don't believe that Techatrix did something evil like that. I refuse to believe that. Uh, oh, we have a dependency in the zone file on it. Oh, I see. That would make. Oh, I guess there might be some of these guys laying around. So We also need to depend on this and link it, I guess. So we're not done yet. We're still not done. Rabbit holing. Okay. So here we have Tracy stuff. And then super HTML dot add include path. There should also be another lazy dependency in theory. Whatever. P dot dependency. Or, well, I guess we can do it like this. Yeah, whatever. Dependency, RP, malloc. Dot path. RP malloc, I guess. No, path is probably dot. And now it's LSH for. What's the next one? The problem is that we still have these mutex problems. This still has issues with mutex being available in STD. Like, how do you fix this? How did they fix this? Plus all the various deprecation errors. Ah. Okay. Last thing. There's another approach that we can take. So instead of doing all this stuff, we can do one last thing that's like much more easy, I guess. We don't do any of this. We do want to link to the other stuff. I guess this linking stuff is not wrong. We do not care about Tracy flags, but we do not care about include paths or source files or include paths of any kind or at any Tracy dependency. So we remove that one completely. So goodbye to both guys here. And instead, here's what we do. We clone the official Tracy. We enter. We do mkdir build. We cmake. And then we make. And that has created libtracyclient.a. So I'm not using Zig though. I should be using Zig in this context, but I haven't. Well, I mean, what's the worst that can happen, right? So I'm gonna copy libtracyclient. I'm gonna copy everything into super HTML. And then in super HTML, I'm gonna do super HTML dot add object file p.path libtracy.a. Libtracy client. Okay. How about this one? Let's see how this one goes. Somehow, we still failed. Undefined symbol this thread sleep for chrono duration ratio. What are these undefined symbols? So libtracy.a is not enough. Sorry, libtracy client. Did I miss any other thing? Libtracy client.a. I guess there might be some other things, like some other options that I didn't add, but what? Okay, so this one failed as well. Let's try another thing. So we can do super HTML dot link system library Tracy, and then we can do super HTML dot add system library path, right? It's not system library path, it's system path. Library path. Okay, add library path. And let's code it to what's on my system. So brew. Oh, I forget there's a brew command to be told where this stuff is. There's an example of this in the Ziki repository. Wiki. Building from source on macOS. What do you ask, brew? Where is it? Brew prefix Tracy. Homebrew opt Tracy. Yeah, I forgot. So opt homebrew opt Tracy. But that's not it, right? It has to be also slash lib, I'm guessing. Yeah, we don't care about beans. We don't care about includes. Is there anything in share? Yeah, not interesting. They have it as a dynamic library. Fine. I'm good. I'm happy with this. Member expected arguments found one. Except a lazy path found. Oh. Um. They're all lazy paths. Can I do this? I would expect this to be wrong. Panic. Subpath is expected to be relative to the build route. Yeah. But this was an absolute path. Yeah, it's best to avoid absolute path, but if you must, it is supported by lazypath.cwd relative. The hacks keep piling, but we don't find happiness. Unable to find dynamic system library Tracy. Right. So what was it called? No. Tracy client. Oh my god. Oh my god. Somehow we succeeded. I cannot believe it. Really? Somehow we succeeded. Oh my god. Okay, somehow we succeeded. Oof. Somehow we succeeded. So now I want to run Super HTML on, I guess, how does it work? Now it's a matter of understanding how Tracy works, right? So we run Tracy, we connect to address, waiting for connection. So it's waiting for us to start our executable, I'm guessing. So I'm going to do Super HTML of zig 013 files doc langref. I need to call, I'm going to call FMT. And this has put us in the profiler. And we have profiled the execution. Okay. What do we do next? um, how do we see stuff next? Main thread, CPU usage. To be fair, we don't have a lot of instrumentation. Like we only instrumented one thing. So yeah, we don't have a lot going on. Yeah, these are calls to next. So the only thing that we're seeing is basically that there are calls to next, I guess, but nothing particularly interesting. So I guess we need to instrument more. Also, we need to make a release build, I think. Otherwise, we're gonna um, discard. Okay, so this is like a reset. Otherwise, we're gonna see like yeah, wrong information. So HTML tokenizer. Let's look at all functions basically. These are not particularly interesting, I think. Get return state. Character reference state. Consume. Get name. Next. This calls next to. Okay, maybe the tokenizer doesn't have the tokenizer maybe doesn't have anything interesting. Let's look at the AST. HTML AST is close direction. Do. Okay, so what else? See, where else do we put this? Render. Hmm. Render is not recursive though. Or wait, no, is it? No, it's not because it's a while true. But we can, I guess, print something here. Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, just to see some things. What's the problem? Oh, there's another zone from outside. Okay. Connection to the profile application was lost before all required profiling data could be retrieved. This would result in missing source locations, unresolved stock frames, etc. Uh, how do you solve this then? I guess this is interesting, but then how do you solve it? Messages, find zones, statistics, memory, compare, info. Yeah, I don't know how to use this stuff. Interesting. So we made some progress, but I think it's time for me to go. Um, so we now are able to instrument our application. It's a giant pile of hacks. This is clearly not how it should be. Part of it is because I am upgrading to Zig 014 and the existing packages out there that did some of this legwork in a non-hacky way, probably, unfortunately, are still at Zig 013 still. So yeah, actually, to be fair, at the end of the day, depending on a system provided Tracy, is not the end of the world, considering that it's a developer only thing. That said, if we could be fully self sufficient, that wouldn't be bad. I think that would be something nice to achieve. Um, but I guess in any case, I would package Tracy 014 for you. Nice. Well, thank you, there, Teufel. If you find a way of doing it, I would love to see it. I would also be curious to ask. You might want to. So if you want to undertake this task, do reach out to Techatrix and try to understand what they were patching, and if they think that it's something that should be continued also in the upgrade, or if maybe there's now, I don't know, a reason to change approach. In any case, those compile errors were really weird AF. Oh, you know what? Maybe I should have. Maybe what I needed to do was enable some version of C++ that I did not enable. Now that I think about it, it might be that the Tracy make list might have changed might have set the C++ version to something else somewhere. So maybe that's why they expect to be able to do std.mutex. Probably googling std.mutex not found or something along those lines tells you that you need to enable a specific version of C++ or something. Yeah, I probably needed this thing like standard C11, that kind of stuff. So, yeah. In any case, yeah, we made some progress. I guess it's gonna be up to the next time to, I don't know, figure out how to use Tracy. It has a ton of options. I'm surprised that it was so empty, but maybe it's also on us, and it's on us to instrument our executable better. So, thank you everybody for hanging out. Let me see if there's anybody to raid. Anybody doing Zig that might be worth raiding. So we have somebody doing Jai. C++. Anybody announcing that they're streaming Zig in Discord? I don't see that. You know what? I'm sorry. I'm going to be lazy and just call it a day. Thank you all. See you next time.